July 23rd, 2020 meeting of the Miami City Commission pursuant to Executive Order Number 2150, issued by the Office of Governor Ron DeSantis on June 23rd, 2020. Municipalities may conduct meetings of their governing boards without having a quorum of its members present physically or at a specific location, and utilizing communications media technology such as telephonic or video conferencing, as provided by Section 120.54 5B2 Florida statutes. Procedures for the public comment will be explained by the city attorney shortly. Procedures for swearing in of parties for the planning and zoning and/or quasi-judicial items will be explained by the city clerk. The members of the city commission appearing remotely for this meeting are Alex Diaz de la Portilla, Joe Carollo, Manolo Reyes, Ken Russell, the vice chair, and me, Keanu Hardeman, the chair. Also appearing remotely are city manager Art Noriega, city attorney Victoria Mendez, city clerk Todd Hannon, and the meeting will actually begin at this moment. So the city attorney will state the procedures to be followed during this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the city clerk, comply with all lobbying requirements. The person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available in the city clerk's office or online at municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the city commission concerning real property must make the disclosures required by the city code in writing. A copy of the city code section is available at the office of the city clerk or online at municode.com. Pursuant to Section 2-33, subsection F and subsection G of the city code, the agenda and the material for each item on the agenda for today for this virtual meeting was published and made available to the mayor, members of the city commission, and to the public at least 5 full business days in advance of the meeting. The material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the city clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the city commission through the chair and upon registering pursuant to the published notice for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the city commission, unless modified by the chair. Since this is a virtual meeting as authorized by the governor of the state of Florida, members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by visiting miamigov.com/virtual meeting to upload their comments, video comments, or submit their written comments via the online comment form. Members of the public may also call 305-250-5353 to provide comments via the dedicated City of Miami public comment voicemail. Members of the public may also pre-register to provide live public comment by phone during the meeting. You may pre-register by phone by calling 305-250-5350 or online at miamigov.com/government/live-public-comment. All comments submitted will be included as part of the public record for this virtual meeting and will be considered by the City Commission prior to any action taken. The city will accommodate any speakers desiring to appear in person, subject to all applicable emergency measures in place to prevent the further spread of COVID-19. Speakers who appear in person will be subject to screening for COVID-19 and will not be permitted, and any persons exhibiting any symptoms of COVID-19 will not be permitted to enter City Hall. All interested parties are required to abide by all state, county, and local emergency orders and are urged to remain at home and practice social distancing. If the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may reach such later date before the commission takes final action on such proposition. When addressing the City Commission, a member of the public must first state his or her name, his or her address, and what item will be spoken about. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and services for this meeting may notify the city clerk. Please note, commissioners have generally been briefed by city staff and the city attorney on items on the agenda today. PZ items will proceed according to Section 7.1.4 of the Miami 21 zoning ordinance, as temporarily modified by emergency ordinance numbers 13902 and 13903. Pursuant to emergency ordinance number 13903, parties for any PZ items, including any applicant, appellant, appellee, city staff, and any person recognized by the decision-making body as qualified intervener, as well as the applicant's representatives and any experts testifying on behalf of the applicant, appellant, or appellee, may either appear by physically being present at City Hall to be sworn in by oath or affirmation by the city clerk, or may appear virtually and make arrangements to be sworn in by oath or affirmation in person at their location by an individual qualified to perform such duty. Pursuant to emergency ordinance number 13903, members of the general public who are not parties to an action pending before the City Commission are not required to be sworn in by oath or affirmation. The members of the City Commission shall disclose any ex parte communications to remove the presumption of prejudice pursuant to Florida Statute Section 286.015 and Section 7.1.4.5 of the Miami 21 zoning ordinance. Staff will briefly present each item to be heard. For applications requiring City Commission approval, The applicant will then present its application or request to the City Commission. If the applicant agrees with the staff recommendation, the City Commission may proceed to its deliberation and decision. The applicant may also waive the right to an evidentiary hearing on the record. The order of presentation shall be as set forth in Miami 21 and in the City Code, providing that the appellant shall present first. For appeals, the appellant will present its appeal to the City Commission, followed by the appellee. Staff will be allowed to make any recommendation they may have. The City of Miami requires that anyone requesting action by the City Commission must disclose before the hearing anything provided to anyone for agreement to support or withhold objection to the requested action pursuant to Section 2-8 of the City Code. Any documents offered to the City Commissioners that have not been provided 7 days before the meeting as part of the agenda materials will be entered into the record at the City Commission's discretion. If any Commissioner thinks the documents supplied to the Commission less than 7 days before merit a continuance, the item may be deferred by the City Commission. When the City Commission takes action or votes on any proposition before it, it shall do so by roll call vote, which shall be recorded by the City Clerk and included in the record. Anyone wishing to appeal any decision made by the City Commission for any matter considered at this meeting may need a verbatim record of the item. A video of this meeting may be requested at the Office of Communications or viewed online at miamigov.com. Please silence all cell phones and other noise-making devices. The City of Miami is using Zoom to hold its July 23rd, 2020 virtual City Commission meeting. Zoom is a cloud platform for video and audio conferencing, collaboration, chat, and webinars across mobile devices, desktops, telephones, and room systems. In order to ensure that the public has the ability to view the meeting, the city's communications department will broadcast the meeting through all usual avenues that are provided when a City Commission meeting is held fully in Commission chambers at City Hall. The meeting can be viewed live on Miami TV at miamigov.com/TV, through the city's Facebook page, on the city's Periscope page, on the city's YouTube channel, and on Comcast Channel 77. The broadcast will also have closed captioning. Additionally, the city has not selected a virtual platform that requires the public to purchase or download any additional software or equipment to watch this meeting. Aside from the Zoom platform and that any participants will be appearing remotely, the public will have no discernible difference in their ability to watch the meeting. The city has developed several new methods of ensuring the public comment for a virtual meeting. The first option allows the public to provide public comments via the dedicated City of Miami public comment voicemail by calling 305-250-5353, where individuals will be able to leave a 2-minute message that will be played during the virtual commission meeting. The second option allows for the public to submit a 2-minute video to be played during the virtual commission meeting. The third option allows the public to submit comments via the city's online comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been distributed to elected officials and city administration throughout the day so that the elected officials can consider the comments prior to action taken. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to the elected officials up until the time the chairman closes public comment period. The fourth option allows the public to pre-register to provide live public comment by phone during the virtual commission meeting. For all of these options, the comments received will be included in the public record of the meeting. The city has created a simple set of instructions explaining how the public may submit their comments with either option. These instructions were provided in the notice to the public via the city's social media channels and published online at miamigov.com/virtual meeting. Like any other city commission meeting, the public may provide public comment at City Hall as well. The city has set up a terminal in the event members of the public travel to City Hall to provide public comment. Again, due to COVID-19, all speakers designed to appear in person will be screened to ensure no one's positive with COVID-19. Any speakers who appear in person who demonstrate positive symptoms of COVID-19 will not be permitted to enter City Hall, but will be allowed to participate through the remote options described earlier. These public comment options established are provided for the virtual city commission meeting comply with section 286.014 and section 120.54 of the Florida statutes. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity and time before the meeting via the public comment voicemail, online public comment form, the public comment video upload, a live public comment by phone, and the City Hall terminal. Section 286.014, subsection 4, subsection C, Florida statutes authorizes the city to prescribe procedures or forms for an individual to use in order to inform the board or commission of a desire to be heard, to indicate his or her support, opposition, or neutrality on a proposition. The city has provided 5 different methods to indicate, among other things, the public support, opposition, or neutrality on the items and topics to be discussed at the virtual city commission meeting. Commissioners, please confirm you are comfortable with these notice provisions and the uniform procedures we have established for this virtual meeting.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I believe the clerk needs to read the procedures for swearing in now.
Mr. City Clerk, please state the swearing in procedures to be followed during this meeting.
Thank you, Chair. The procedures for individuals who will be providing testimony to be sworn in for planning and zoning items and any quasi-judicial items on today's City Commission agenda will be as follows. The members of city staff or any other individuals required to be sworn in who are currently present at City Hall will be sworn in by me, the city clerk, immediately after I finish explaining these procedures. Those individuals who are appearing remotely may be sworn in now or at any time prior to the individual providing testimony for planning and zoning items and/or quasi-judicial items. Pursuant to emergency ordinance number 13903, those individuals appearing remotely may be sworn in at their location by an individual qualified to administer the oath. After you are sworn in, please be sure to complete, sign, and notarize the affidavit provided to you by the city attorney's office. Each individual who will provide testimony must be sworn in and execute an affidavit. Please email a scanned version of the signed affidavit to the city clerk at thannon@miamigov.com prior to providing testimony on the planning and zoning items and/or quasi-judicial item. The affidavit shall be included in the record for the relevant item for which you will be providing testimony. Chair, if I may, with your permission, I'd like to administer the oath to those physically present in the chambers.
Please.
Thank you, sir. Bear with me for just a moment. May you please have you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at today's meeting is the truth and the whole truth and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any mayoral vetoes?
Chair, there are no mayoral vetoes.
Okay. And Madam City Attorney, are there any pocket items that we need to consider?
Good morning. Yes, Chair, there are several pocket items.
Can we read the headings of them one by one, please?
Yes. First, this is the manager's pocket item. A resolution of the Miami City Commission expressing opposition to the proposed Miami-Dade County Ordinance, Miami-Dade County Legislative File Number 200973, relating to county rights-of-way and easements within municipalities, which prohibit municipalities from charging fees, imposing requirements, or requiring permits for work on county-owned or county-maintained rights-of-way or easements within municipalities.
I'll list that as PI number 1 for references. Can you read the next one?
The next one is also, this one's an emergency ordinance from the manager's office as well. It's by a 4/5 affirmative vote, an emergency ordinance of the Miami City Commission by 4/5 affirmative vote, temporarily providing for an additional option for the swearing-in requirement of city staff for any planning and zoning items and quasi-judicial hearings during the declared state of emergency for novel coronavirus pandemic, making necessary findings, providing for an expiration, containing a severability clause, and providing for an immediate effective date. When we vote on this one later, I'll read it 2 times for the votes, but at least so anybody can provide public comment since it's a pocket emergency.
Okay, I'll list that one as PI number 2 for references.
Thank you. The next one is a pocket item from Commissioner Russell. A resolution of the Miami City Commission with attachments authorizing the allocation of funds in the total amount of $306,000 from the Emergency Housing Relocation Program to the Department of Housing and Community Redevelopment for the creation and funding of the Eviction Prevention Program, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated. Further authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute any and all necessary documents in a form acceptable to the city attorney for said purpose.
I'll list that one as PI number 3 for references, for identification.
Thank you. The next one is also from Commissioner Russell, a resolution of the Miami City Commission with attachments authorizing the acceptance of coronavirus relief funds from the United States Treasury Department through Florida Housing Finance Corporation in the total amount of $1,312,500 and authorizing the allocation of said funds for mortgage payment assistance by creating and funding the City of Miami Mortgage Assistance Program as more particularly described in Exhibit A attached and incorporated, whereby the city is allocating an amount of $131,250 for program administration and allocating an amount of $1,181,250 to create and fund the program in conformity with the local housing assistance plan, further authorizing the city manager to negotiate and execute any and all necessary documents, including amendments, extensions, and modifications, all in forms acceptable to the city attorney, subject to all federal, state, and local laws that regulate the use of such funds for said purpose.
List that one as PI number 4 for identification purposes.
Thank you, Chairman. The next one is a pocket from my office, and it has to do with a waiver to enable my office to advise and counsel the city clerk in the matter of Carollo v. Piper.
Is that the heading of it, Madam City Attorney?
Yes.
Okay. I'll list that one for identification purposes, PI number 5.
Then another pocket from my office having to do with waiving any conflicts of interest to allow Ben Cuney to advise and counsel the city in the matter of Miami-Dade County in the matter of City of Miami versus Miami-Dade County, case number 202014640 CA01.
Okay, I'll list that one as PI number 6 for identification purposes.
And then finally, I believe that Commissioner Russell has a discussion item having to do with COVID in general, things coming up.
Okay, but we don't have to list it as a pocket item though, correct?
No, unless there's something specific you wanted us to do. We could just have discussions.
Okay. Commissioners, is there any other person that wants to add any additional pocket items, or is that everything?
Chairman. Yes, I just wanted to make sure that we get that discussion item listed specifically as COVID. What it has to do with is during the break. We're going to be, the commissioners won't be meeting again for the next month. And so I really want to deep dive on what the administration is going to be doing here forward to study the metrics of the virus and what actions and steps they're going to be taking based on where they see those metrics going.
Okay, then we'll ensure that that is included on the DI list. At this time, Mr. Manager, are there any continuances, withdrawals, or deferrals that we need to be aware of?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, Commissioners, Madam City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk. At this time, the administration would like to defer and/or withdraw the following items. To be deferred, PH 10, which is a bid waiver for the Dade Heritage Trust. To be deferred to October 8th meeting, RE 4, the acceptance of the recommendation for Virginia Key Marina. To be deferred to the October 8th meeting, RE 5, which is a referendum question on the Virginia Key Marina. To be indefinitely deferred, SR 1, which is amending the codes for chapter 20, 29, and 54. And to be withdrawn, SR 2, amend the code, chapter 2, order of business rules and procedures. That concludes the items.
Mr. Manager, my apologies. PH 10 is being deferred to what date?
It isn't date specific.
Definitely deferred? You can bring it back anytime within 6 months.
Mr. Manager, I would suggest it may be ready in September.
Yeah, I would try for maybe the second meeting in September.
Understood. September 24th. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Chair.
We recognize Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Manager, on RE5, the Virginia Key Marina, you're deferring it to October 8th. What's the time frame for that? That's a ballot question that we have to put on a particular election cycle, right? Can you walk me through what the time frame is? Because this is one of those issues that's been pending for many years before I got here. And it's something we probably need to address one way or the other at some point so we can get this economy moving. One of those issues that we talked about, big ticket issues that we need to move forward to try to get some dollars flowing in this economy that really, really needs it right now. What's the time frame for we defer to October 8th? Why October 8th? Why not a September meeting?
Well, the reason for September is because we have a pretty full September docket, and particularly with the budget hearings.
Yeah, but that never stopped us before.
Oh, I know. I just didn't want to commingle it because this is obviously a much discussed item. So I wanted it to have its own sort of platform for that. And I thought the first meeting in October would be probably the most appropriate time to do it. As for the timeliness of, from a referendum perspective, I know to get it on this November's agenda, and I'm certain the city attorney and or the clerk can add to this. The deadline was July 31st. So I don't know if there's an ability to make some sort of concession to that. That's the information I was given. Otherwise, it would have to be done under a special election next year, or would flow to the following November.
Madam Attorney, is that a statutory date, that July 31st date, statutorily mandated or by ordinance that we have to have something in by that date for it to be in the November ballot, or is that just the way it's been done before?
The Commissioner, that's a very good question. Based on the Florida statute, it gives that right to the elections department. So it's their prerogative. It's under them to make those determinations. Does
Miami-Dade County Supervisor of Elections, is there any Miami-Dade County ordinance that forces this to be by July 31st, or just a matter of internal policy that they've taken, they could change overnight if they choose to?
Changing overnight.
That's an expression.
Right.
They get up one morning and decide, you know what, July 31st is just an internal memo that we issued last year. You know, we're going to make it now October 15th.
Right. It just basically, maybe you do have a point with regard to that they could make some sort of different determination. I don't think that there is a county code that speaks to that. I do know that what we're following is section 100.151 of the Florida statutes that says that the supervisor of elections has to approve like the special elections by municipalities and those types of dates. We can inquire as to any flexibility. I also defer to the clerk on these things because he is our election supervisor. But you are correct that there isn't, we have not found that there is you need 30 days, you need, 50 days. It's not something like that. It's something that they can set pursuant to the state statute 100-151.
Right. So, Mr. Chair, through you, please. Let me ask the clerk then. So let's assume that hypothetically, we have a mayor, Miami-Dade County mayor, who acts on a whim every once in a while. And he decides that he wants to have this election and I'll put it on the November ballot. Is that possible? Can he direct the supervisor of elections to do that? If he chooses to have this matter heard in November or voted on in November?
Well, there are many considerations it's my understanding when it comes to the deadline that's established by the supervisor of elections. We're talking about a number of municipalities who are probably requesting to piggyback off of the November ballot. So logistically, especially when it comes to translation, there's a tremendous amount of work that goes on behind the scenes. So that's why the deadline is established in the way that it is. The supervisor of elections does answer the Miami-Dade County mayor, but I would imagine they would take into consideration the logistics of what it takes to get an item on the ballot when it comes to this deadline that has been established.
Okay. I want to make a remark. And that kind of, if then the majority of our cities have followed this deadline, it is possible that one additional question could be added, because then the work will be only limited to that one individual question as opposed to 20 questions from 15 different municipalities.
And that's my concern. That's a concern. Is it possible? Not that it's likely. I'm asking, is it possible that if they decide to put it on, they could put it on and we take action in October?
No, sir. October would definitely be too late. I could maybe I could request the potential of maybe a week extension, but I think that would be pushing it.
Okay,
Again,
thank
it's
you.
a presidential election. This is a big one.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
No problem.
Mr. Chairman.
You recognize Mr. Vice Chair.
On that same subject, I completely agree with Commissioner Diaz-de-la-Portilla, and I would recommend that we defer that one to September, our next meeting, so that in case the supervisor of election is able to accommodate the question, and we do come to a decision based on a recommendation by the manager, we're able to take action at that time. If it's not ready or it's physically impossible or the supervisors simply doesn't allow it, defer to, but at least this will give it a chance.
Well,
Did we freeze?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Senator.
I wasn't arguing for putting it on the November ballot or putting it on an earlier ballot. What my argument was that I agree with the manager that this issue demands that we have a complete debate and pay attention to this particular issue. I was also going to ask him later on in the meeting if we were going to add any other issues that are also what I call big ticket items to that October meeting, perhaps, so we can deal with other issues along the way that need to be dealt with, things that will spur our economy, because we are dealing with serious economic times, as everyone knows, and we need to have things and move things forward. Especially after we deal with our budget in September, we'll have a better idea of where we are fiscally in this city at that point. So in October, the first meeting in October, I think that we need to begin to move some of these big ticket items forward, one way or the other. There's not agreement on this commission, there's not agreement on this commission, but this is an issue that does deserve complete debate. My argument, Commissioner Russell, was that we didn't want to be surprised, and then because the same desire that we have to have a debate about this, I think the people of Miami should have an opportunity to understand the issue before they vote on it. So I wouldn't want a quick election where they don't have that opportunity. That's why I was asking that the mayor the mayor of Miami-Dade County decides to, hey, I want to put this on the ballot in November after we take action in October. I want to make sure that doesn't happen, that it does not happen.
Okay.
It does not happen, because then the people won't have an opportunity to adequately, and maybe special interest will prevail one way or the other. As you know, many times these referendums are controlled by special interests. So we want to make sure that people have ample debate, ample opportunity to have that debate and to hear both sides of that argument, whatever the proposal we put forward. That's my argument. So I think October 8th is fine for me. I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't, and I agree with the manager, this is something that demands a lot of attention. It's a big issue. It's in your district. I understand that. As for most of the things we're going to be talking about today, I think, Commissioner Russell, I think we're going to be talking about a lot of budget allocations in your district, but that's a different debate we'll have a little bit later on. But yes, this is something I think that it's important to you and to your district, to your constituents. So I think it deserves a lot of attention.
Thank you. Through the chair, I agree with you. I did misunderstand then where you're going. What I agree with you on is about understanding the deadlines, and so that we don't miss the deadlines. For my part, I would love to see the manager come to a decision on this in terms of his recommendation sooner than later. But I did receive a message from the supervisor of elections just now that it's a drop dead July 31st, at least from her part, for everything that she has to organize. So October 8th is absolutely fine with me.
Okay, when Mayor Jimenez sends you that email or that text, then I'll believe it.
Understood.
Are there any other items? Seeing none, is there a motion?
No, hold on, I was muted, Mr. Chair. Are we deleting also deferring or withdrawing the PC items? Are we going to take care of it, or are we going to wait until the afternoon when we are?
They can be stated on the record as well.
Well, I was told that PC 6, PC 7 is going to be was going to be deferred, and I want to defer also PC 8. That I wanna give more time. I was requested for more time for the commissioners and everybody to analyze it and come with suggestions. I'd rather have everybody in the same boat, on everybody on board, and I want to hear everybody's opinion.
Okay, so to clarify for the record, when do you want PZ 6, 7, and 8 to be deferred to?
Well, PC 6, this is, this is going to be the third, about October, meeting of the October. And just as well as PC 7. And also on PC8, we can defer to October.
Senator, you recognize.
I'm going to oppose deferring PC6 and PC7. What district is that in? I
No,
believe
that
it's-
is,
I think you may have been talking about PC8, Commissioner Reyes.
yeah, I was PC8. What I said that I heard, I was told that PC6 and PC7 was.
Oh, okay.
But I am deferring PC8.
Oh, okay.
Okay, that's the one that I would.
Oh, okay.
My question was, is this going to be deferred? Because during the meeting, it was, and it is written also on the heading. It says may be deferred. I just wanted to know, just for my record, to know that it was going to be deferred. Now, my request is to defer PC8. Okay?
Okay.
Okay. Is there, from the administration, is there a continuance being requested for PZ6 and PZ7?
We are not. We didn't ask for it, no.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, just want to make
It
sure.
was discussed at briefing those that it could happen, so,
That's right.
Commissioner Reyes has the correct recollection, but it was going to be discussed today as to whether it would actually happen.
I just wanted to make it clear, mark it here, and then we'll forget about it. But if it is not, then we'll discuss it. Okay? But PC8, which is my item, I want to defer it, and I mean, and in order for everybody to analyze it, and it seems there was some sort of pushback on it, and maybe people don't understood what was going on, and I want them to come with any addition, any type of suggestions, and if they want to provide a betterment of the ordinance, I will accept it.
Thank you, sir. Is there a motion in accordance with what's been stated on the record?
So moved.
Second.
And seconded. Further discussion. Hearing none, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Against?
What's going with PC8?
Motion carries.
PC8 is going to be deferred to October. That's what I'm saying.
October, either October 8th or the 22nd.
I would say October 8th.
And then Chair, my apologies, but I would just like to quickly state the co-sponsor requests. Mayor Suarez would like to co-sponsor RE13, FR1, FR2, and FR3. Commissioner Crowe would like to co-sponsor RE15. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Now,
Is this a time that we ask to co-sponsor some of the pocket items also?
I mean, that's perfectly fine. You can do that.
I want to co-sponsor the pocket item. I forget the number now. I have it in front of me for the rentals and mortgage assistance program that we're getting from the Florida Housing Finance Corporation, sponsored by Commissioner
Right.
Russell.
I would like to sponsor that too.
And the chair would as well. That's PI number 4. Pocket item number 4.
And what happened with extend temporary program RE15? What I heard, what was it? What was it? Somebody mentioned RE15.
No, we haven't talked about RE15 yet.
Oh, okay. I thought that today I don't know.
It happens sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I'm going to open the floor for public comment. Members of the public have 2 minutes to address this body. They may state their name, first name and last name. They may state their address, and then what item it is that they're here to speak about. Are there any persons at the lectern in City Hall that would like to speak?
Yes, there's about 8.
Okay, can we have them first, please?
Yes. And some of them are gonna need a translator. Okay, Alex. We're good.
Buenos días, mi nombre es José Montero, mi dirección es 1165 Northwest 8 Avenida, Miami, Florida. Sigo. Mi razón de estar aquí es acerca del cambio de SOMA. Quería saber acerca de cómo es que me va a perjudicar o me va a beneficiar.
Un momento, por favor. Are they going to provide the translator for him now?
Yes.
Yeah,
He's
Okay,
going, apparently he's
Okay.
going to speak and the translator will translate right after. She's taking notes.
understood. Thank you so much. You can continue, sir. Habla, por favor.
Puede continuar, puede seguir hablando.
Pues seguir hablando, señor.
Sí, yo solo quería saber acerca del cambio de zona del área donde yo vivo, en el 1165 Noroeste 8 Avenida. ¿En qué me beneficia o en qué me perjudica?
Good morning. I'm the Spanish interpreter. My name is Jose Montero. I just want to know about the change of zone where I live, if it's going to be a benefit for me and it's going to harm me in any way. My address is 1165 Northwest 8th Avenue, Miami, Florida 33136.
Thank you very much. Gracias.
Bueno. ¿No?
I think he wanted an answer at that moment.
Yeah, yeah. Next speaker, please.
Buenos días.
Buenos días.
Buenos días al señor alcalde, a cada uno de los comisionados presentes. Cuerpo oficial, mi nombre es Marta de León, yo vivo en el 843 Noroeste y la 12 calle. El motivo de estar aquí es porque queremos saber qué es lo que van a hacer en nuestras áreas, si van a hacer edificios, casas, oficinas, y en qué nos puede beneficiar.
Good morning, commissioners and mayor. My name is Marta de Leon. My address is 843 Northwest 12th Street, Florida 33136. We wanted to know what's going to happen in the area where we live. Are they going to build buildings or houses or offices? And if that's going to benefit us.
Thank you very much. Gracias. Next speaker, please.
Gracias.
Okay, gracias.
Para que vayamos desocupando aquí.
Is there anyone else that needs to speak at the lectern in person?
Yes, 1 second, sir.
Okay.
Good morning, Scott Silver, 2980 McFarlane Road. I'm here to speak on the Villa Woodbine matter that comes up at 2 o'clock. I know that this is public comment right now, but there's one important item, I think procedurally, before the 2 o'clock. I would like you all to be able to address the request for an intervener status for the directly adjoining neighbors. We have multiple witnesses. We have an entire case to put on. We have evidence from historic preservation architects and other experts. Not knowing whether we can just do this 2 minutes at a shot, we'd like to be able to know in advance of the hearing at 2 o'clock whether we're going to be able to put on a full case. You can't really, for due process concerns, you can't really have a true hearing on an appeal without the appeal being tested, without the ability to cross-examine their witnesses, the ability to present our witnesses and present our evidence. Otherwise, if that happens, we'll wind up coming back here again. You know, the courts will determine that we didn't have the opportunity to present evidence. On the merits of the matter, though, the issue is whether they meet the standards for a certificate of appropriateness. They do not meet either the city standards under Chapter 23, which require minimizing of the impact on the neighboring structure and landscaping, and they clearly don't meet the requirements on the Silver Bluff. The deck that they've constructed to completely cover the bluff, a 5-foot deck. They deliberately left out of their presentation any view of the Silver Bluff from Bayshore Drive. If you look at that, they're completely blocking the Silver Bluff. They're putting a deck over it. Your staff indicated that that was not acceptable, only changing it when they agreed to cut a hole in the top. That would be like putting a shroud around the Freedom Tower and saying that you can peek under it to look at it. So I would urge you first, and if you can, prior to 2 o'clock, make that determination, because we have approximately 12 witnesses who we'd like to present. We have significant evidence. Some of it has been submitted of record beforehand, but in order to have a true due process consideration for the neighbors, and there are well over 1,000 neighbors who have signed on to petitions, and this is a significant matter, and I would urge you to allow us to fully present that at the 2 o'clock hearing.
So Counselor, I'll be sure to let you know this. We will not be able to decide the intervener status before 2 o'clock. We will decide that status when that case is when we're deciding that particular case, when we call that item.
Okay.
If, for instance, there's a need, if there is a granting of intervener status and either party needs a continuance in order to be prepared for the hearing, we will allow that. If you want to move forward with the hearing, we may allow that like today. You'll be able to call your witnesses, you'll be able to present your evidence and test the other evidence. And so you will have due process in this matter. It's just that the discussion about intervener status is most of the time is a considerable one. Many times you can call witnesses. People call witnesses to determine that. And so we just want to make sure that we don't break everything up in a way that it's not conducive to having a fair hearing and everyone understands. So we will discuss the matter. If you are granted intervener status today, for instance, it was not problematic for us to give additional time for both parties to be prepared for the new party that just entered into the fray.
Thank you. We appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Madam Chancellor. Yes.
Chairman, excuse me, before the gentleman leaves, one, I don't think this is a time certain for 2 p.m. If we get to it earlier, we can get to it earlier. I just want to make sure that everybody understands that.
Most likely we won't, because I think we have 2 hours of public comment.
Okay, and then second, I thought the gentleman and his team were appearing remotely and were going to do public comment before and then bring on their case for intervener status, or are they going to do it there from City Hall? I'm confused. I just want to know logistically, because last time I think last time you all appeared virtually and you brought everybody in for public comment. So are you still doing that?
We would like that clarified as well, because we were all over at the Coral Reef Yacht Club. We have the video set up there, but we were told that we were not being given the Zoom link. And we were to come over to City Hall. So I'd like that clarified as to whether we can do it remotely or whether we all have to be here. We would like to know that.
Right, Mr. Chairman, can we please have the same setup that we did last time? I don't know why there was miscommunication.
I'm not sure why it was not allowed, but if they want to utilize that for public comment, that's perfectly fine. But we guarantee public comment. Everyone has a reasonable opportunity to be heard. So that's something that we guarantee. In this case, I mean, public comment and the case in chief is two completely different things. And I'm sure you're aware that public comment is not considered evidence in the case. And so I say that to you just to say that if they choose to speak for public comment because they're residents and they want to express themselves, that's perfectly fine. It will have no bearing whatsoever on the facts of the case, though.
Yeah. So for the case in chief, will we be allowed to present remotely then to argue the intervener?
Yeah, if it's necessary, absolutely, yes.
Yes, so since we have 2 hours of public comment that's coming on, then I believe, Mr. Chairman, they could go set up, and then right after that, we'll let them do their public comment in 2 hours from now.
We have our public comment folks here. They came here when we were. So
okay.
That's fine. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, I believe 2 hours from now, we're going to be having lunch.
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rachel Cardello. I live at 2175 Tiger Tail Avenue, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Carrollton project that's before you today. So clearly the first item is requesting that you uphold the HEP board decision from December 3rd, denying the special certificate of approval and appropriateness. But secondly, to also request the intervener status that was just spoken about a few moments ago. So I'm clearly within about 70 feet of the property, and one of your fellow board members, commissioners, felt that he could recuse himself because of his proximity to the project. So I think it certainly grants us status due to the fact that we're even closer than his property as well. So I'd like to talk quickly about the certificate of approval, and that the Villa Woodbine site was designated part of the Historic Preservation District 60. And the reason is for the environmental and ecological importance, which is supposed to be for the welfare of the general public and the city of Miami. And they provide environmental functions for the welfare of our community. So clearly the project is not in compliance with any of the environmental protections that I think are due to the overall community and welfare of our neighbors, and especially our coastal community. I'm gonna take this off, it's hard to breathe. The second part is just regarding that loss of natural resources, you know, the destabilized soil, the runoff, the water retention or lack thereof. I actually have water coming up through my slab that I've recently had to put a sump pump out in my garden in order to mitigate, which never happened before. So clearly the water levels are being impacted daily as we continue through the climate crisis that the city has, you know, declared an emergency of recently. So all of these natural resources I don't think are being protected by the project. The second item that I want to talk about is the appropriateness. And for me, the criteria for discussing the appropriateness of the scale of the project is primarily with the context of the neighborhood. It's a key criteria for any review that you should be doing, which is about compatibility. So Tiger Tail Avenue, which is what I front on, for all other properties on that street, it's a 30-foot setback. That's standard on Tiger Tail Avenue. But the project itself has two fronts, Bayshore and Tiger Tail. So the school that's being proposed, about 30,000 square feet of a building, is about 18'6" from that setback. Yes.
My apologies. Your 2 minutes have expired.
Thank you.
Am I on?
Yes, you are, sir.
Good morning. My name is John Ewing. I'm here representing my family, myself, Carol Ewing, and my son, Scott. We reside at 2121 Tiger Tail Avenue, which is inside the 500-foot circle of the project. I want to be clear that myself and all the folks here are not against a school. We're only against the location of this school. The location is improper for the area and the neighborhood that they're trying to build in. There is a loss of green space, and with the buildings and pavement will adversely affect water drainage and runoff, contributing to flooding as well as increased local temperatures. The traffic is already gridlocked from 7 to 8:30 in the morning and 3 to 4 in the afternoon due to the Ransom School on Tiger Tail Avenue. I cannot even get to my house during those hours. The tree canopy of the property is being decimated. The trees remaining will die from root structure damage from the buildings being constructed. The taxes, there are 4 homes on that property currently paying property taxes, including the Woodbine Mansion. They will no longer contribute to our tax rolls. The school is way outsized to our neighborhood, with a building with a 38-foot side facing Tiger Tail within about 15 feet of the street. This will reduce our property values. A large percentage of the students from outside the local area. There are already 13 private schools in Coconut Grove. More traffic, more gridlock. We do not need it. Please deny this project. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Fabian Garcia Diaz. My house is located at 3121 Southwest 22nd Avenue. I live really next door to Villa Woodbine, and I've been residing in that location for the past 7 years. When I was aware of this intent for Carrollton to build a new school in Villa Woodbine, I was really, really shocked. Since then, I start grassroots organization among with other neighbors in the area. And I want to let you know, you probably saw our organization online. It's called bayshoreingrove.org. And right now we have 1,366 members. And there are plenty of comments, about 350 comments. I please beg you to take a look of what the feeling, not of us, but the rest of the community. I would say the rest of Miami, the city of Miami, are about all the issues that we're talking about. Today, we're gonna be watching carefully this vote. I think it's a decision for the residents, a decision for the city, and we count with your support. Thank you, commissioners.
Good morning. My name is Isabel Meister. I reside at 1740 Espanola Drive along with my husband. In addition to the three concerns that I refer to as the 3 T's, taxes, trees, and traffic, and some of the other concerns that my neighbors have already mentioned, including the appropriateness of the scale of this project, I wanted to talk about the idea that this is a project that will be benefiting only a few people, many of whom are not actually either Coconut Grove or City of Miami residents, at the cost of what could be potentially, if we use our imagination and come together as a community, could be a wonderful property and community-based center that could be enjoyed by the community as a whole. Again, I don't like this idea, in addition to the concerns of the environment, traffic, I don't like this idea at all of selling off a piece of our neighborhood to an entity that does not belong to Coconut Grove, that will benefit people that do not live in Coconut Grove for the most part. Thank you.
We're back, or?
This is yours.
No, I know.
However you want to.
I'm just ready to go whenever? Okay. Hello, my name is Isaac Kotze. I reside at 2131 South Bayshore Drive. First of all, I am requesting intervener status. I live 1 inch away from this property. I share 475 feet with this property. First thing I would like to request, obviously, again, I did request intervener status. Secondly, what I am requesting from the commissioners is really to protect us as a community and really represent us as citizens and residents of Miami. Perhaps the most important thing that I would like to bring up is that, again, over 20 years ago, Villa Woodbine received special use permit or conditions to proceed as a private club. But most importantly, what happened in the last 20 years is exactly nothing. Everything was preserved as is over 20 years ago. The trees have remained, the parking, the land has remained open for rain purposes. All the environmental issues have not changed. There was no impact on the community in the last 20 or so years. The only thing that was allowed were private parties. So not only did it not change, it also benefited the city of Miami and all its residents. By the last 20 years, all the memories that people have had having weddings there or parties or any personal events. Today, what they're requesting, and there was a trade. The city made a really simple trade. And the trade was, you know what, you preserve a historical property, you preserve the history of Miami, and we'll grant you private club permission to go ahead and have these parties, which will create some revenue to preserve and maintain the property. But nothing ever changed to the property. If you look at pictures over 20 years ago, it's the same thing that looks today. However, today, they're asking you for a whole different kind of trade. And it really reminds me of an old saying, an old Southern saying, and that is, they're peeing on your shoe and they're telling you that it's raining. And that's the part that really bothers me. They want to come in here today and they want to go ahead and cover all of the ground, remove all the trees, and put us a humongous building, which is not serving the community. I am the community. We are the community. And we are telling you this is no benefit for us. Nothing, not for the city of Miami, and for no residents. They will remove a property from the city of Miami.
Expired, sir.
Oh, thank you very much. Again, I do want to intervene status. Do not forget me.
Yes, good morning. My name is Lowell Cooven, 1861 Northwest South River Drive, as well as my office location is 17 East Flagler Street. I'm a longtime resident of Miami, Florida. I represent the interveners. First off, I think that because Commissioner Carolio has recused himself from this, and basically the issue of intervener status has been decided on that particular court. If he has to recuse himself, then I believe, since he lives within 500 feet of the property, I believe that people that live adjacent to the property should be granted intervener status. Secondly, being a land use attorney, I think that it's very important to note that private property rights are very important. And I think that because of the first come to the situation, which is Villa Woodbine, Carrollton has purchased this property knowing full well that the property is not been set up for a school and asking for an exception, while the people who bought their properties surrounding this particular park, this particular piece of property in Coconut Grove, bought it with the notion that this is going to remain an open piece of property or remain exactly what it was zoned for, which is single family housing. So these particular ideas have been espoused probably since the Magna Carta was signed in 1215 and have traveled through the decades, the hundreds of years of property law. So Carrollton is coming to a piece of property that they know that they cannot build a school on without an exception, while all the property owners that surround it, that live within 500 yards, 500 feet, bought their properties knowing that this was zoned for single family housing. I think that's exactly how this commission should rule today, being that there's a overwhelming opposition to building a boys' school on this property. The last thing I'd like to say is it's a good idea. The project is a good idea. It's just the wrong location. There are many places in the city of Miami that would really benefit from having such a school put in that particular neighborhood, not only socially, but economically. Tell Carrollton, fine, we'll build a school. You can build a school, but build it somewhere else, please. Thank you very much.
Mr. Cooven?
Yes, ma'am.
Please stick around for a second. Someone's going to give you the panelist Zoom link or send it to you. Just
okay. That would probably be the most efficient.
Okay. And you're with the other council. You're with the other council as well that spoke first, right?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Oh, watch myself. Sorry. I thought you said please. Ready to go? Hi, my name is Bill Harvey. I live at 3566 Rockerman Road, which is several hundred yards from the proposed site. I also own 3580 Rockerman Road. I've lived in this neighborhood since 1991. This proposal is it's the wrong place to put it. We've already got lots of schools in Coconut Grove. The majority of these people come into Coconut Grove. My kids went to Ransom, so I know how important it is, but this is just the wrong site and the wrong place. Traffic is already awful in this area. Adding another 1,200 or so drop-offs and pickups to the neighborhood is it's an inappropriate thing to do. This site was not zoned for this. They're asking for an exception, and it's just the wrong place. They've got poor parking scenarios, poor traffic scenarios, awful environmental issues with cutting down the canopy that's already existing. Again, it's just the wrong site at the wrong place and the wrong time, and it doesn't belong here. Thank you very much.
Good, I guess it's good morning, right? Good morning. I'm here regarding the Army Corps of Engineers City Wall matter that's going to be going before the commission today. I would like the commission to vote either against it or at least to delay it indefinitely. We still don't know the impact that the seawall is going to have on our environment, on our coral reef systems. There are multiple other ways that we can do this from an environmentally sound standpoint that does not affect our environment, it does not affect what we can do to actually prevent sea rise. It is an issue. It is something that we need to consider, and there are multiple alternatives that unfortunately the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers have yet to actually take into consideration that can be done environmentally sound and that can still protect our coastal line. So if the commission could please, when this matter comes before them, either vote against it or vote to delay it indefinitely until more studies and more research can be conducted. Thank you.
Sir, if I could just get your name for the record, sir?
Oh, my apologies. Senan Garcia, 3240 Mary Street.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Rose Pujol. I live at 2455 South Bayshore Drive. I've had that property since 1984. I'd like to mention a few things right from the beginning. I believe that each and every one of you has the best interests of the city of Miami. And so I ask you to be courageous. Be courageous, because it takes courage to make a decision that may not please your lobbyists. Be courageous because every one of you, I believe every one of you agrees that although the NCD3 may have many mistakes, the one thing that it has, that all of us highly agree on, is that it protects the historical character of Coconut Grove and the tree canopy. I urge the public that may be listening to get onto the City of Miami website, to look at Miami Forever Climate Ready, to look at who they acknowledge, to see that the City of Miami has worked with Dade County, the City of Boston, Miami Beach, that the City of Miami has spent tremendous resources in putting together that strategy. And that strategy is exactly what you now have today at Villa Woodbine. That what you're talking about doing to Villa Woodbine, and I am saying this to the public, I know the commissioners know what the right call is, okay? I am saying to the City of Miami who's listening, look at Villa Woodbine. It has the tree canopy. It has the bluff. It has all the factors that we need for climate resilience. We have experts. We have an arborist. We have an environmental, historical preservation architect that's an expert that's going to be speaking. You heard Rachel Cardello, okay? And we have a traffic study, which Carrollton has yet to produce. So I urge you, commissioners, to be courageous. It's not easy to make this call. I would never run for public office because you're on the hot seat every day of your lives. Thank you very much.
Here, good morning. As of right now, there's no one else left for public comment.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone on the telephone that's live that would like to speak for public comment?
Yes, we have a caller, phone operator 3, you're live.
Yes, good morning. My name is Michael March. I'm calling from 3543 Plaza Street in West Coconut Grove. I'm here to speak in favor of 2 agenda items today. First one is SR3. That's Manolo Reyes's item regarding historical designations and homeowners' rights to appeal those designations. He's changing that appeal period from 15 days to 60 days. I'm very grateful for that as someone who has gone through that. Second item I'm in favor of is Resolution 19. That regards waiving conflict of interest regarding the Miami 21 special, the task force. I find the fact that David Winker is moaning about potential conflicts of interest from fellow attorneys to be very hypocritical. He's interfered with me as a homeowner in the West Grove on many instances regarding my historical designation, which I appealed, and also the NCDs, which heap extra regulations on the historically black neighborhood and not the rest of Coconut Grove. So he needs to follow his own advice and let the person who is out without sin be the first one to cast a stone. Thank you.
Phone operator 1, you're live.
Right.
Okay, sir, you're live with the commission. Go ahead.
Yes. My name is Daniel H. Brown. My address is 2 Grove Isle Drive in Coconut Grove. I live on Grove Isle, which is located off of South Bay Shore Road. At any given time, there are at least 500 residents on Grove Isle. The residents of Grove Isle have only 2 ways to go and return from Coconut Grove: to shop, eat, and pray, and Tiger Tail. Pre-COVID-19, from 2 p.m. to at least 7 p.m., there's gridlock on South Bay Shore Week. Tiger Tail is not much better. During the Ransom school year, there's a backup of students arriving in the morning by bus and car and leaving the same way onto Tiger Tail. Traffic is stopped by the police in either direction when this occurs. You can wait about 15 minutes to get around the stopped traffic. After being caught in this mess enough times, I avoid Tiger Tail like the plague. From 8 a.m. to 9:15 a.m. in the morning and 2:45 after 4:15 in the afternoon during the school year. Carrollton has applied for approval to build a school for, in the beginning, at least 500 boys, K through 5. However, do not be fooled by this. In the future, the school could and probably will request to increase the grades to 12th grade and in all probability add girls. This could result in the thousands of boys and girls going to school. Initially, adding buses and cars to transport the 500 boys K to 5 on Tiger Tail would, again, dramatically add to the mess. Even if the hours of Carrollton school is earlier or later than Ransom, there will still be problems. Also, in the future, the school probably could be able to reconfigure the property to allow ingress on Tiger Tail and egress on South Bay Shore or vice versa. The residents of Grove Isle have the most to lose of any residents in Coconut Grove based on our number and our problems of how to get into Coconut Grove. If you permit Carrollton to build a school on the Villa Woodbine property.
Okay, we're not gonna go to recorded public comments.
Before we go to recorded public comments, I think we have one more person who just walked into the lectern at City Hall. So I want to hear from you.
Hi, my name is Mike Sagrin. I live at the property. Our backyard is adjacent to the new proposed Carrollton property. I have a number of issues with this new property. My main one, somewhat being safety, with the proximity to Mercy Hospital and emergency vehicles trying to get through the traffic at peak times is really going to be an issue. And my second problem is with the increased traffic with crowdsourcing apps directing vehicles through these residential areas. It's going to take the traffic off of Bayshore and Tiger Tail, and it's going to taking it onto the secondary streets of Lincoln, Trapp. You already see cars speeding through there at just obscene speeds. I think that's only going to get worse with this new property. And then we're also already having issues with floodwater, not floodwater, but runoff, and I think that's only going to be exacerbated with this new property. And then as well as the trees, I think it's almost demeaning with what they've come up with as a second proposal for the tree in the historic preservation, that it's just such a small change to the plans that it's really an embarrassment to the neighborhood that they think that that's something that we're going to find appealing as opposed to the previous plan. Thank you for your time. Thank you, sir. No problem.
And now we can move to the recorded statements.
Hi, my name is Patricia Wiesen. I've lived in the Grove for 37 years, and for most of that time, I've been very concerned about development. A lot of times it didn't go well, and I understand that concern or reticence or trepidation with another project. But I wanted to say that for me, what the difference is that Carrollton approaches any project that they do with the utmost care for the environment and for historic buildings. Also, they have an incredible understanding of the importance of the ridge. We live on a ridge in Coconut Grove, and I know that they would do whatever they can to take care, to make sure that the bay view is not obstructed, the ridge of rocks are protected, the trees are planted that need to be planted, the invasive species are taken out. I think after living here for so long and passing Carrollton on my walks and going by Woodbine on my bicycle rides, I think that I have a good sense of what would be appropriate, what would help our community. And one of my sons was very upset when he could not attend Carrollton because it was an all-girls school. Now we have this opportunity to not only raise young women to be compassionate and global citizens, but also to do the same for our sons, for this community. So I stand behind this project, and I hope you give it some serious thought. Thanks.
I'm Hank Sanchez Resnick, co-chair of Friends of the Commodore Trail. I live at 3259 Gifford Lane in Coconut Grove. I'm speaking in support of Resolution RE13, which would provide just over $1.7 million of People's Transportation Plan funding to improve and plan the Commodore Trail. The Commodore Trail has been on the county's planning book since 1969. That's more than 50 years, but hardly anything has been done to really improve it. Many parts of it are dangerous and unsafe, yet it's one of the most popular trails in the county for cyclists, runners, and pedestrians. The time has come to improve the trail now. We really hope you'll pass this resolution and make a commitment to improving the Commodore Trail in the city of Miami. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Melanie Torres. I work in Coconut Grove, and I'm making this video to give my full support for the plan to establish the Woodbine School of the Sacred Heart on Bayshore Drive. An all-boys independent primary school will be very beneficial to our community, as it will be an excellent educational option. As well, Carrollton School of the Sacred Heart has been committed for over 60 years to preserve both environmental and historic resources. For all these reasons, I think it will be an excellent addition to our community. Thank you.
My name is Marlene Irvin. I live at 3066 Washington Street, Miami, Florida, 33133. I'm calling regarding the proposed Resolution 19, waiving conflicts of interest of members of the Miami 21 Report Ad Hoc Task Force. To recommend a waiver in conflict of interest of the Miami 21 Report Ad Hoc Task Force is unconscionable. It is equally unconscionable for our commissioners to approve this resolution. I am urging our City of Miami commissioners to please vote against this resolution. Do not set a precedent that will go down in our city's history as both an embarrassment and an illegal one at that. Passing a resolution to override an ethics violation is a disgrace. Miami and its citizens deserve better. I would like to remind our city attorney, Victoria Mendez, that she is bound to professional ethics. Where do those reflect in this resolution? Where are her ethics? What is really behind this? I encourage our commissioners to not approve Resolution 19. Thank you.
My name is Debbie Dolson, 4205 Lenox Drive, Coconut Grove. I would like to comment on RE 19. Members of the Miami 21 Report Ad Hoc Task Force will submit recommendations that affect the future character, canopy, and development of Miami. The Florida Commission on Ethics opinion has made it clear that at least 2 of the appointments to the Miami 21 Task Force violate the Florida Code of Ethics. Rather than appointing 2 individuals with no conflicts of interest, the city attorney recommends passing a resolution to override these conflicts. This solution is a maneuver that bypasses common sense and panders to developers. I do not support members with a conflict of interest sitting on this task force, and passing a resolution to override an ethics violation is a disgrace. Miami deserves better. Please vote no on RE 19. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Jeanette Gonzalez. I'm at 2550 Tiger Tail Avenue. I am very, very concerned about this project, and I join my fellow neighbors in regards to the concern over the trees, the traffic, the noise, and quite frankly, the overbuilding in our beautiful Coconut Grove area. I've been living here for 20 some odd years, and I cannot believe the changes in this area, and not all for good. So I really would like to see that this project is shelved, and that's my message. So since I won't be able to make the meeting, I'd like to be able to have this message considered as a vote for no. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Nadia Earl. I live at 927 Northwest 10th Court in Spring Garden, and I am saying no to the changes for item number 7 at the City Commission meeting. No to changes for changing the T68 to T680. This is absolutely going to be detrimental to our neighborhood. It's going to increase the amount of traffic, and it's going to increase the amount of congestion throughout the whole neighborhood in that area. Thank you.
My name is Ligia Crystal. I reside at 4150 Crawford Avenue, Miami 33133. My phone number is 305-776-1868. And I am commenting on agenda items PZ1 and 2, 6981, 6982, decision appeals. I feel very strongly that you as elected officials, that it is your moral responsibility to listen to the people that elected you and to do what is right for our community and its residents. I am asking you to say no. Please vote no to Carrollton School for Boys at Villa Woodbine. Villa Woodbine's historical parcel, not just the structure, must be protected. The canopy must be protected. Our streets need protection from the overwhelming amount of drivers that use our narrow, devoid of walkways, residential streets to avoid traffic congestion on US 1 and major highways without any regard for the safety of our children, our families, and our pets. They speed past our homes, run stop signs. They show no regard or respect for even our own ability to pull in or out of our own driveways. Please vote no. Please don't allow Carrollton to build another school in our community. Please take the time to view pictures on Google Maps if you haven't already. main highway through the years in front of the existing school. You probably can get about a 20-year history of what the street looks like. And if you've ever driven down past main highway during school hours, why would you consider doing the same thing to Tiger Tail? It's already bad. Why make it worse? It is time to accept that enough is enough. Please vote no. Thank you.
My name is Javier Arbeloa. I'm a resident at Brickell Bay Drive. I respectfully ask the Commission to reject resolution number 19, item 7664, appointing Ms. Stapanes and Mr. Ford Brescia for the Miami 21 Task Force. That clearly represents a conflict of interest. They are lobbyists who have been actively representing developers against their residents. It also represents a violation of the Florida Code of Ethics. The city attorney should not override those objections. This again represents a violation of Code of Ethics, and that's against of the best interest of the neighbor. Thank you, everybody. Bye.
My name is Priscilla Greenfield Manning. I am a longtime resident at 901 Northwest North River Drive in the Spring Garden Historic District, and I am referencing and commenting on item number 7 under Planning and Zoning. This is asking for a change of Miami 21 zoning, and I am totally against that. If anyone comes to our small neighborhood, we don't have an exit to the south to get out because of the Miami River. To the west is the 12th Avenue Bridge. That only leaves us 11th Street and Northwest 7th Avenue to exit our neighborhood. During regular non-pandemic times, in the afternoon and morning, we literally take our lives into our hands now trying to get out of this neighborhood, because from the 12th Avenue Bridge traffic light all the way to Colmer Metro Rail station is one solid lane of traffic. You can't even get to Winn-Dixie without taking your life into your hand. On the 7th Avenue exits plan, the same conditions exist. There's a small bridge, there's a traffic light, and then the bridge. When that bridge goes up, the traffic backs up 2 miles. And even though there is a sign that says, "Do not block the bridge," I've seen it blocked by policemen, by buses, and cars. And if this goes through, we are going to have no way to get out of our neighborhood. You should leave Miami 21 alone. It was put there for a reason. And we are not going to be able to exist if you compound it with more traffic. And I'm not even counting yet about the development that's near the 17th Avenue Bridge that is not open yet. We need to have a way to get in and out of our neighborhood safely, and this is just going to make it impossible. Thank you. Please vote again.
Hello, my name is Beatriz Bustillo, and I just retired this past June from teaching 30 years at Carrollton. I think my personal record speaks for itself. I believe with all my heart in the goals and criteria which define a Sacred Heart education. Why should boys not be privy to the same opportunity as our girl students? I support with all my heart the Villa Woodvine project, and I pray that the Commission realizes all the pluses that this would bring to our local community. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Brad Poor. My address is 4415 Southwest 16th Street, Miami, Florida 33134. I am making this video to express my support for the Woodbine project. I think it's a great project. One of the reasons I think that is that single-sex schools have been proven to produce great results. And another reason is that education itself is a benefit for everyone, not only the students who attend a particular school, but there's an overflow into all of society. So I think this Woodbine School will be also a benefit for the city of Miami and something worth the time and energy and planning that, of course, is required for such a project. But I think when you think about that, it's for education and for a really good school that's going to benefit, again, not only the students and the families that invest in the school directly, but it's going to benefit a lot of other people in the city of Miami. Thank you.
Hello. Hello. My name is Elizabeth Newell, and I am a Coconut Grove resident, and I am in support of Woodbine School of the Sacred Heart. I'm a neighbor of Carrollton's. My children actually go to Carrollton, and we love the school. We support them fully. They're wonderful neighbors. They're beautiful stewards of the property. It is one of the most beautiful properties in Miami. And we would love to see a property for a school for boys in Coconut Grove as well. I have a son who is 6 months old, and we would love for him to grow up with the Sacred Heart tradition in our neighborhood as well. Please pass Woodbine School of the Sacred Heart for boys.
My name is Enrique Lopez. I'm calling to urge you to vote in favor of items PZ.4 and 5. I own the properties at 1210, 1222, 1234, and 1250 Northwest 7th Avenue, which are directly abutting the subject property across Northwest 7th Avenue. I fully support the proposed comprehensive plan amendment and the rezoning from industrial to T612O. The proposed change is what our neighborhood needs, especially for such a significant property on the principal thoroughfare. It is the logical place to put residential and commercial mixed uses, which can serve both the nearby hospital district and the urban central business district. Residential use will also encourage the increased ridership of the Metro Rail, which is easily accessed from Colmer Station. As the immediate neighbor, I strongly support these applications, and I ask you to do as well. I also support item PZ.7 in support of my neighbors to the west of my properties, going from T6AL to T680. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Dr. Berta Montalvo. I live at 1740 South Bayshore Drive in Coconut Grove. I'm calling regarding the Carrollton Woodbine proposed school at Villa Woodbine. I would really like to record my strong opposition to the project, which will severely decrease the canopy over that property, which I think is a crime because it's a beautiful canopy. And in addition to that, to have another school adjacent to Ransom Everglades will significantly increase the traffic on South Bayshore Drive, which is already excessive, and it will decrease the quality of life of the neighbors who live adjacent to that area. So as I am one of those neighbors, I would like you to consider my strong opposition to this school, which will not benefit Coconut Grove. Thank you so much for your attention. This is Alexandria Pantera of 1740 South Bayshore Drive, and I'm calling about the proposed Carrollton Woodbine School, of which I am totally and completely opposed to. I think that you're going to be murdering trees, and I don't think that's an appropriate thing to do. Do not murder trees, and do not add to the congestion of traffic. You're ruining, that would ruin Coconut Grove.
My name is Bob Robert Powers. I live at 565 Northeast 66th Street in Miami, Florida, 33138. I'm calling on behalf of PZ1 6981, PZ2 6982, the Villa Woodbine School. I'm not in favor of that school going at that location, only because we deal with it up here in the Upper East Side, where they put an overscaled project into a under served area. In other words, they don't have enough street or road there to accommodate the traffic that's going to occur from this project. That's number one. Number two, what they're going to do to that property is nothing less than criminal, to build that massive building and destroy the tree canopy and everything else that's there. And number three, why would you want a school next to a variety of single-family homes? I just don't understand that. It doesn't really matter what the underlying land use is. It doesn't make sense. And in this case, you need to follow the sense, not the money, but the sense. And it just makes no sense. I would vote no on this, and I will also be supporting them if they have to bring a lawsuit against the city. So I'm going to be putting my money where my mouth is. Have a pleasant day, gentlemen, and vote accordingly.
Charles Greenfield, 901 Northwest North River Drive, Spring Garden Historic District. Item number 7, planning and zoning. I've been a homeowner, and my family has been in Spring Garden for decades. In fact, going back to the 1930s. Spring Garden, as you probably know, is a unique neighborhood in downtown Miami with a gorgeous canopy on the river and with the canal on the other side of the neighborhood. It's a precious ecosystem in that respect, and it also is a group of homeowners that are very proud of the way they have maintained their homes in different designs and different styles over the years. The development that's taking place now in Miami is a major threat to the Spring Garden ecosystem, especially the item number 7, in which very large buildings are being planned next to the Metro Rail at the Comer Station. If there is development, it has to take into consideration the low-scale quality of our neighborhood in Spring Garden, single-family homes, and the fact that any development that takes place should be done in such a way that it concentrates towards the north, the actual height, the larger heights of the building, and those parts of the zone that are close to Spring Garden or abut Spring Garden should be a much lower size compared to the larger buildings that are already there in that zone. Thank you for your...
Hello, my name is Lori Weiss Newell. I live at 6201 Riviera Drive, Coral Gables, Florida, 33146. I am here in support of the Villa Woodbine project. I have been involved with Carrollton my entire life as a student, a parent, a grandparent, a trustee, and I have been the board chair before. So I am intimately familiar with Carrollton and the ability and care, love, and concern we give to the environment and the restoration of historical property. We painstakingly restored El Jardín at our own expense using experts from around the country. Our properties are beautiful. The buildings are very well thought out and designed, and the landscaping is beautiful as well. I have no reason to think that Villa Woodbine would be any different. It will be an asset. It will be beautiful. And I know that we are very good neighbors, and we want to be. We invite people on our campus. We hold the Honey Shine organization program during the year and in the summer, as well as Breakthrough at our campus during the year and in the summer. And we have invited many people to enjoy our beautiful property as well. I think having Sacred Heart education for young boys would be an asset to this community, to the city of Miami. And I strongly support the Woodbine project. It's very exciting, and I think everyone would be very happy to have Carrollton as their neighbor, and the buildings and the site plan will be beautified, and I ask for your support. Please vote yes. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Debbie Rollheiser, and I work at Carrollton School of the Sacred Heart. I have had the pleasure of being the assistant to 3 different heads of school over my 22 years employed here. Prior to being hired in January of 1998, I knew very little of this gem in Coconut Grove. I can only say that it was the Holy Spirit which inspired me to respond to a newspaper ad by Carrollton. On my first interview, the beauty of the grounds and the kindness of the staff I met further increased my desire to want to be a part of this community. Upon hire and learning of the school's mission through their goals and criteria, I knew I had made the right choice. Back in 1998, the school grounds looked much different than what you see today. Since then, I have had the opportunity to witness firsthand the care, concern, value, and respect each of our school heads over the years have had for preserving the grounds, maintaining the integrity of our historical buildings, being a respectful neighbor, and making a positive impact as part of the community in Coconut Grove and Miami-Dade County, while providing an excellent, well-rounded education to countless young women. I can honestly tell you that there is not a single decision made at Carrollton without weighing the impact their decision will make on everything I just mentioned and more. Allowing Carrollton the opportunity to provide this same foundation to young boys at Woodbine is a benefit that will sow many seeds well into the future of this community, as well as create more jobs, giving others like myself the wonderful experience of working for this amazing network of Sacred Heart educators. If given the chance to work together on this project, I'm positive you will see that while some of the concerns expressed by others may be legitimate, they will not be realized. I sincerely hope you join me in my wholehearted support for Woodbine. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Wendy Stefan. I live at 101 Northeast 43rd Street, Miami, Florida. I'm leaving my message about the Miami 21 Revision Task Force. I feel that it's inappropriate for people with financial interests, particularly big development interests, to be stacked on that task force, considering that the city spent a lot of money and time getting public comment for the initial development of Miami 21. As an active participant in that process, we brought a lot of really good information to bear that helps improve the quality of life of people who live in Miami, where frankly developers do not have to consider the quality of life for your average resident, and in fact are required really and obligated to look out for the financial interests of their companies. It's the city's responsibility to balance that with the concerns of everyday residents. I would ask that you reconsider and do the ethical thing by making sure that that task force represents citizens and residents rather than financial interests. Thank you.
This is Marcelo Fernandez, address 3936 Main Highway, Coconut Grove, regarding the Miami 21 Task Force. It should definitely be reconstituted with community members. Absolutely no way should any attorney, architect, lobbyist be part of this task force to benefit any of their professional or business endeavors. This is exactly what the city needs to stay away from. Why put yourself in this position? The task force can be easily created by people that don't have any common interests on the results of where this money goes and which items get built. Please do not allow this to go through and waive these conflicts and reconstitute the commission, the task force. Thank you.
This is Anthony R. Parrish Jr., 3678 Grand Avenue, Coconut Grove, regarding PZ1 and PZ2. Commissioners, I was going to say, looking at today's agenda, that I don't envy you. But in fact, I do. I do envy you. You have not one, but three great opportunities to do the right thing for the citizens of Miami that you represent. First, support the Historic and Environmental Preservation Board's no vote on the conversion of historic Villa Woodbine into a large new private school. While Carrollton School is a respected member of our community, it is wrong to force such a major unwanted intrusion into an established neighborhood that cherishes its trees, history, scenic bluff, and just being left in peace and quiet. The vast majority of neighbors have asked you to support them and say no on converting historic Villa Woodbine into a large private school. Second, vote no as to any legal settlement of Day Avenue's blatantly illegal construction. That eyesore must be demolished, not papered over. Third, do not waive the conflict of interest presented by at least 2 of your appointees to the Miami 21 Task Force Review Committee. While their undoubted expertise would give you cover, the fact that they require this waiver is proof of what everyone and you know already. Their participation will harm the public's trust in the work of this task force. These appointees would not be human if they were not biased, consciously or unconsciously, in favor of those who pay them to lobby for development projects that impact all of our and your neighborhoods. Thank you for listening.
Hello, my name is Adriana Salazar. I'm a resident in Spring Garden, address 955 Northwest 10th Avenue, 33136 zip code. I am calling to leave a comment for the meeting on July 23rd in terms of rezoning. Specifically, I'm referring to agenda number 6, amendment of ordinance 13114 and amendment on ordinance 13114, change of zoning T68L to T680. I live in a historic district, and I think this change will significantly impact traffic in our neighborhood and to some way threaten the historic ordinances in our area. So therefore, I strongly oppose any changes to this code. Thank you.
Hi, Tom Jones, address 2120 South Bayshore Drive. I absolutely oppose the school there where the Woodbine estate was. Just the traffic will be horrendous. People parked on the shoulder of the road on both sides of South Bayshore. In Kennedy Park, anybody trying to leave their house or driveway or even the park is going to have to pull out into Bayshore Drive to try to look around the cars and probably get an accident. The same happens there on Ethany Street where the school is. When you can get down that road, which is rare, you have to pull so far out onto Tiger Tail that you're hanging out in the road before you have any visibility. And I've almost gotten an accident on 2 different occasions. I mean, this is just ludicrous. And the situation isn't going to change. How many times can the school's lawyers appeal this? Isn't there a limit? I mean, sooner or later, they're going to wear you down. But, it's just bad idea. I don't like it. I don't want it. And, Christ, it just, this is just going on way too long and wasting taxpayer money, all these ridiculous appeals. Nothing's going to change. People are going to use cars, and people are going to drop their kids off and pick them up, and people are going to impair traffic. That is going to not change unless somebody figures another way of a different mode of transportation. Thank you.
My name is Eileen Broughton, Broton. I reside at 951 North Court, Miami 33136, in the historic Spring Garden neighborhood, calling it in reference to agenda items 6 and 7, to which I am opposed. I do believe that if you continue to give for support for 6, you continue to send a message that bonuses are okay, and it just sets precedence for everyone else to buy up more land and do things that were clearly not in the plan. Most specifically for 7, the no parking becomes a major issue for us. We know that in my area, even the other buildings that have guest parking all charge for their guest parking. Therefore,
the apartments have people who are their guests parking all over our neighborhoods rather than pay the fees associated with parking in the garages. Thank you for listening.
Hi, my name is Carolina Rodriguez Esqueta. I live at 8130 Irwin Road, Miami, Florida. Dear Commissioners, my name is Carolina Rodriguez Esqueta, and I am an alumni as well as a current parent of Carrollton School of the Sacred Heart. I am filming this video and sending it to you in order to show my support for the establishment of the Woodbine School of the Sacred Heart on Bayshore Drive. As voting quickly approaches on July 23rd, I urge you to approve the use of Villa Woodbine property for a school that has a limited cap number of young students and will keep the historic property together without the threat of subdivision and further development. There are numerous benefits to supporting this project, one being the preservation of the historical location conducted by an experienced team. The natural beauty will remain and the landscaping and the canopy will be a point of pride. Unlike all the other major cities in the country, Miami does not have an all-boys independent primary school, and this will fill an important void and contribute to Miami's excellent educational opportunities. Carrollton School of the Sacred Heart commitment to the stewardship of resources, both the environment and historic, has been evident in Miami for over 60 years. As an extension of the Sacred Heart Network, Woodbine School would be an asset to the community. I urge you to join me in supporting this project by voting yes. Thank you.
Hello and good day. My name is Jason Johnson. I am the father of a current student at Carrollton and a proud resident of Miami-Dade for over 15 years. I wish to express my support and wish that you extend your support to the Woodbine School, as I believe it is a tremendous additional asset to the community of Coconut Grove. As both a civil engineer and as someone who has appreciated the unique environmental dynamics of the community of Coconut Grove, I think the addition of this school has the capability to preserve the environmental uniqueness of the community, preserve the concerns and address adequately the concerns associated with transportation impacts to the community, while also in heightening the reputation as a center of academic excellence within the city of Miami and broadly throughout the entire state of Florida. So I wish to extend these words to you in your deliberations and wish that you provide the support necessary to advance the consideration of the Woodbine School. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dana. I live at 145 Southwest 13th Street in Miami, Florida, 33130, and I am leaving a public comment in support of agenda item RE18, a resolution to allocate funds for the city's contribution to a downtown protected bike network. I am very much in support of this item. I'm very much in support of the protected bicycle network. We really desperately need protected bicycle facilities and protected just mobility facilities in the city of Miami. And this network is a really crucial part of establishing a citywide network of protected mobility lanes. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Adrienne Peters, 3803 Irvington Avenue, Coconut Grove, Florida, 33133. I'm calling regarding the Carrollton School at Villa Woodbine. I am totally against the expansion of the private schools in Coconut Grove, and I'm against Carrollton's plan to expand, as we already have terrible traffic when we have school, and we don't need any more schools, any more school traffic in our little area of Coconut Grove. It's really not fair to the people who live here to have all these very wealthy people, bringing their kids over here, and the pickups and the drop-offs make it impossible for us to leave our homes in the morning and in the afternoon. So I totally vote against, or I want my commissioner to vote against this expansion at this hearing today, July 23rd. Okay, thank you very much. Oh, my number is 305-458-7555 if you need to speak with me. Thank you. Entonces, esto es para el Blue Twin, para ponerlo ya en your game.
Amal Sol Kabani, President, Downtown Neighbors Alliance, resident 50 Biscayne, speaking on RE16, Army Corps Miami-Dade Back Bay Coastal Storm Initiative. I'm hereby listing the DNA members for the record. Epic, Riverfront Master, Central, Paramount, 10 Museum Park, 50 Biscayne, 900 Biscayne, Flagler First, The Lofts, Marina Blue, Marquee, Met One Miami, Biscayne. I would like to re-emphasize the public comment I made on the last commission meeting to ensure that the city makes every effort to not only convey the importance of the environmental concerns with a concrete wall and its aesthetics and accessibility to our bay and our parks, but have a seat on the table and demands to be a decision maker throughout the process of the coastal initiative of analyses and keep the public informed, as this has a direct impact on our real estate values and subsequently on the city taxes collection. Thank you.
My name is Jill Kaplan. I'm a Grove resident. I live at 3275 McDonald Street in Coconut Grove. I was trying to leave a comment on the board virtually. It wasn't working, but I wanted to make sure that you know that I completely am opposed to making another school in Coconut Grove. We already have public schools. We have already several private schools, and there's no need to destroy a beautiful piece of property and to inconvenience all of the Grove residents, to tie up traffic, to subject us to that noise, only so that Carrollton can grab money in competition with the other public schools here. If they wanted to do something nice, they could make it a public school. We have problems in our public school, but absolutely do not have any need whatsoever for another private school in Miami, let alone in Coconut Grove, on a very treasured and cherished and beautiful piece of national property. And I will vote this down every chance I have. Thank you.
Dr. John Snyder, 3980 Hardy Avenue. I've been a resident of Coconut Grove since 1985. During that time, there have been many changes in the neighborhood, some positive, some not. Change is inevitable. I'm speaking in regard to PZ1 and PZ2 on today's agenda, conversion of Villa Woodbine into a school for boys. I am opposed to granting the appeal. At its most fundamental level, there's a major zoning issue which should prohibit this project. The project would allow a commercial activity to be placed in the midst of a single-family zoned area, which is on a historically and environmentally important corridor and site. The private school is a commercial enterprise, a prohibited use in a single-family neighborhood. I say it is a commercial use as it would generate annually approximately $10 million in tuition revenue. The gross margin of the operation after faculty salary, benefits, and operating costs would likely exceed $5 million. At the same time, it would remove this property from the tax rolls. The project would adversely affect the quality of life for those residents and property owners in the vicinity. They purchased their property and decided to live in this area partly because it was zoned the way it is, and had every reason to expect zoning only to be changed very gradually, as specified in Miami 21. The city should not default on this commitment, as it would adversely affect property values throughout the city. People and businesses do not want to locate to a corrupt jurisdiction. The adverse effects on traffic, environment, property values, and quality of life for residents demand the denial of these appeals. Thank you.
Hello, city officials, and thank you very much for the opportunity to address you on behalf of Carrollton School of the Sacred Heart for the Woodbine Project. My name is Frances Sevilla Sacasa. I am a native of Miami. I was born in 1956, and I have seen Miami flourish and grow and become the exciting city it is today. Two of our children, our two daughters, attended Carrollton School of the Sacred Heart. They are alumni who have been very successful and doing great things for others and for society. We strongly support the Woodbine Project. We would have loved for our older son to have had the opportunity of attending a school like Woodbine, with the goals and criteria of the Sacred Heart embedded in everything that the children learn and do. As you all probably know, Carrollton has done a great job of preserving the properties, the buildings that they have, of preserving all the historic attributes of those buildings, and probably the Carrollton property today is probably one of the most beautiful properties in Coconut Grove. So not only do I feel comfortable that Carrollton will be able to do the same for the Woodbine Project, and this hearing is all about, historic, environmental, and preservation, and I have no doubt that Carrollton is the best suited out there to do that. I have also witnessed Coconut Grove grow. My office is in Coconut Grove. We own property in Coconut Grove. We love Coconut Grove. And I know that there's been a lot of construction in the Grove, not always in keeping with the historical preservation attributes, but I'm confident that the Woodbine property will be enhanced by Carrollton. Thank you very much for your support, and please vote yes. Thank you.
My name is Father Willie Garcia Tuñón, and I am the president of Belen Jesuit Preparatory School. I would like to take this opportunity to express my support for the initiatives of Carrollton School of the Sacred Heart to turn Woodbine into an all-boy elementary school. Now more than ever, our local community and nation is in need of education, and we are called to fully support this initiative. For many years, Carrollton has been dedicated to the education of girls, forming them into the professional and compassionate women that have helped lead our world in so many different fields. Working at Belen, an all-boy environment, it is clear to me that any contribution that can be made to do the same for our young men is equally important. For centuries, the religious and academic formation provided by the Sacred Heart schools around the globe have been key in helping progress the welfare of our societies. Belen Jesuit fully supports this initiative and looks forward to partner with Carrollton in order to keep the education of Catholic Christian values an integral part of South Florida. I encourage the members of the council to vote in favor of education and in favor of the young men and their families who can benefit from this initiative. Thank you.
Nathan Curlin, 3132 Day Avenue. Commissioners, my wife told me I have no sense of direction, so I packed up my things and write. I'll give you a minute. Going in the right direction and doing the right thing is what I wish to speak to you about today. Number one, 3074 Day Avenue. A 6-inch setback is dangerous, against the law, and sends a horrible message to developers. Come to Miami and build what you want. We do not enforce our own laws. Commissioners, do the right thing, the only thing. Reject the settlement and remove the offending structure. PZ 1 and 2, the Carrollton School. Week after week, the community has come forward to voice its overwhelming objection to this project for several reasons. Traffic, safety, resiliency, flooding, canopy removal, tax-free status. The list is endless. This discussion should be about designating this property as an environmental protection district, not another massive overbuilt structure. Do the right thing. Go in the right direction. Reject the appeal. And finally, RE19, number 3. There should be absolutely no waiver of any kind applied to the Miami 21 Task Force. Lobbyists represent special interests, not the residents of Miami. The present makeup of the task force is, at best, an ethically challenged group whose decisions directly benefit their clients. Do the right thing. Vote no on waivers. Thank you.
Grace Solaris, Miami Neighborhoods United, calling on RE19. MNU opposes the waiving of conflicts of the attorneys and architects that have been appointed to the Miami 21 Task Force. Furthermore, you're not able to vote on the waivers today because those members have not filed Form 4A as required pursuant to the opinion rendered by the Commission of Ethics and pursuant to the memorandum of your city attorney, Vicky Mendez, to each of you, wherein she specifically tells you that you may grant the waiver, quote, provided that task force members comply with disclosure requirements, close quote, which they have not as of yet. I specifically requested a copy of those forms from your city attorney yesterday, and she responded that they had not been filed. Therefore, this matter must be deferred because you do not have the necessary documents to be able to weigh the conflicts. Next is the AC1. MNU opposes any settlement between the city and the owners of 3384 Day Avenue. We request that this structure be ordered demolished pursuant to the findings of Pinecrest Lake versus Shadell and PZ 1 and 2. MNU respectfully requests this commission rejects the appeal filed by Carrollton School with respect to the property located at 2167 South Bayshore Drive. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Claudia Anderson. I live at 50 Southwest 10th Street, Miami, Florida 33130. And I'm calling to voice my support for item number 18 on the City Commission meeting agenda for the Downtown Bike Network. I think that not only is this super imperative for our citizens, future visitors to the area to have a dedicated protected space for cycling. That's the key word, I think, is the protected space, because myself, I normally, I don't have a car and I normally don't feel very safe on bike because, as we all know, motorists in the city are not the most respectful to cyclists. So having this infrastructure that accommodates both bicycles and scooters is super imperative for mobility access and also to reach more jobs in the downtown and financial district. So I thank the commissioners for hearing my comment today, and I urge you all to pass this forward to have our first downtown bike network. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Dr. Barry Burak. I live at the corner of Kirk and South Bayshore. 22nd goes into Kirk. My address is 2195 South Bayshore. I've been living there 20 years, and the traffic has gotten so bad. Well, now with the Villa Woodbine being converted to another school, it will destroy the traffic pattern, and it will be impossible for us to go anything or to do anything. The traffic is bad now because we have Ransom getting out and other schools within miles of a radius. But it is imperative. Down the street, we've got the Catholic schools by Mercy. So there's enough room for private schools in our area, but we cannot afford to have any more traffic. The morning gets horrendous. The afternoon is even worse because that's what people are getting out to. But between the both of them, we must restrain them from opening a school at that location. Thank you for your help and your consideration. This is concerning the Villa Woodbine, and I appreciate your help. Thank you, and bye now.
This is Jean Ann Davis. I live at 3013 Kirk Street. I've been a resident of the city of Miami since 1954. I am speaking in opposition to the school that is proposed at the site of Villa Woodbine. This will only decrease our tree canopy, increase our traffic, lower our property values, and severely distress our current quality of life. I see no reason, and I've heard no reason why this school needs to be built in this location. As the owners of the property, the Convent of the Sacred Heart, knew well before they purchased and before they closed. So thank you for hearing my opinion, and please consider it. And please remember that I'm a very active voter. Thank you. Bye.
My name is Lourdes Wood, and I have the honor to serve as junior high school head at Carrollton School of the Sacred Heart for the past 16 years. I've been at Carrollton for a total of 28, and there's nothing more gratifying than to see our alumni, our girls, come back as women of the Sacred Heart in giving back to the community and the professionals that they have become. St. Madeline Sophie once said, our foundress, "For the sake of one child, I would have started the society." Well, that one child so far has been the girls. Now we'd like to extend that same Sacred Heart opportunity to the boys. Please help us in support of Woodbine so that we can also provide that Sacred Heart education to the young men of South Florida. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Good afternoon, City of Miami Commissioners. My name is Mary Rogers. I am the Vice President and General Manager here at the Fontainebleau in Miami Beach. I am also the very proud parent of two young daughters that currently attend the Carrollton School of the Sacred Heart. My husband and I and our family enjoy the Coconut Grove community very much and spend many long days in the beautiful parks and dining in the restaurants. The reason for my video message today is to voice my support for the Woodbine School of the Sacred Heart, all-boys school proposed to be built on the Villa Woodbine estate on Bayshore Drive. I truly believe that this school will be an amazing asset to the community, and I know, based on my experience at Carrollton, that the Woodbine School of the Sacred Heart will be amazing stewards, not only of the history of Villa Woodbine, but also all the environmental components of the estate. The school, the all-boys school in Coconut Grove, will be an amazing addition to the community. They will establish fundamentals for these young men to go on to make a big difference for the world. I urge you, commissioners, to please vote yes and give your support to this amazing school that will truly make a difference for our community. I know that this will be an amazing, amazing addition to our community, and it will give the families of Coconut Grove a much closer option for an all-boys education. Please support us and please vote yes. Thank you, commissioners, for your time, and thank you for your service to our community.
My name is Steve Mason. I live at 3626 Bayview Road in Coconut Grove. I'm speaking to Resolution 19, Item 7664, which regards the waiving of the conflict of interest for the members of the Miami 21 Ad Hoc Task Force. As a resident of Coconut Grove who has been before the Commission on matters related to Miami 21, I have had a front row seat to how badly the cards are stacked against the normal resident. One of the primary goals of Miami 21 is to preserve neighborhoods. I can tell you that going through the process, that from the perspective of the homeowner, I felt like it did nothing of the sort. I didn't think that when I first read Miami 21. Naively, I thought the clear language and intent mattered. Then I went through the actual process and witnessed firsthand why the system that has evolved and is controlled by developers is so obscenely stacked against the average resident. When I saw the nominees to the task force, I almost fell out of my chair. The inclusion of certain members and the outright stacking of the deck of developer interests over homeowners couldn't be more concerning. Where is the homeowner representative that is actually not conflicted in some manner? There isn't one. Not one homeowner that doesn't have some formal business interest directly related to Miami 21. Worse, instead of filling the 2 slots for land use attorneys, it is being proposed to put one of the most prominent and controversial land use attorneys as an elector. Actions like these are why commissioners are criticized for being cozy with developers and don't care about residents. It is beyond blatant, it is offensive, and it completely undermines the credibility of this task force. I urge you not to waive the conflict of interest for the proposed members. Please do the right and credible thing by proposing for the elector members actual homeowner representatives that are not inherently and irreparably conflicted. Let's not kill the credibility of this task force before.
This is Judy Kramer calling, 2669 South Bayshore Drive, number 401 North, telephone number 305-297-0872. I wish to express my husband and my thoughts on the school on Villa Woodbine. Period. We do not approve of adding more traffic unnecessarily to the Grove or an additional school on property that is residential. We also do not support the removal of all of the native trees. Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners, City Manager Noriega, and Mayor Suarez. My name is Maria Cristina Chiquen, and I'm the Public Affairs Manager with Transit Alliance Miami at 169 East Flagler Street, Miami, Florida 33131. I'm calling to support item RE18 regarding the JPA for the Downtown Bike Network. Thank you, Commissioner Reyes and Commissioner Russell, for your leadership on this critical mobility initiative. We appreciate how invested your offices have been in pushing forward the Downtown Bike Network. Additionally, we are grateful for the DDA board for passing a resolution in support of this item last week. Miami's urban core is in desperate need of a protected bicycle network, and this would be the first of its kind in downtown Miami since the adoption of the Miami Bicycle Master Plan over a decade ago. There is no better time to demonstrate to residents how this commission and administration prioritizes mobility than by moving this item along. The benefits this protected mobility network will bring to our urban core are clear. From a jobs perspective, reports have shown that cyclists are able to reach 75% more jobs on safe, dedicated bike facilities in cities with protected cycling infrastructure. We need the Downtown Bike Network to lay the foundation for an integrated, protected urban core mobility network so that Miami can join other global cities in reaping this economic reward. From a safety perspective, this network is crucial. Cyclists and those riding scooters need protected facilities so that mobility devices can occupy the street without being subjugated to the sidewalk. We fully encourage this commission and the city manager to support this item and move quickly to build these protected facilities. Thank you so much for your time. Have a good day.
Yes, I'm calling about Carrollton's proposed Woodbine School. My name is Lanier Brannon. I have lived in Coconut Grove for over 30 years. My husband and I, our children, all went to school in Coconut Grove. I live at 3 Grove Isle Drive, 33133, and we are vehemently opposed to more congestion in the Grove and on Bayshore and Tigertail, which this school would surely bring. We pay an enormous amount of tax for our home in the Grove, and yet, because we enjoy the lifestyle of the Grove, we have continued to live here, just buying a new home in the Grove 2 years ago. We will not continue to live in the city of Miami if the congestion in the Grove continues at the rate or even accelerates, which this school would certainly do. Thank you.
This is Joyce Nelson, 2535 Inagua Avenue. I'm calling on Resolution 19. Please reject this, waiving conflicts of interest on the Miami 21 Task Force. The individuals with conflicts of interest should not be voting on the fate of Miami 21. The Miami 21 Task Force should represent the tax-paying residents of the city of Miami and not developers in special interest. Stop wasting our time and tax revenues trying to skirt the law by violating the Florida Code of Ethics. Focus on representing us, the tax-paying residents who elected you, by rejecting Resolution 19. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Isabel Emilia Talis de Vasconcelos Souza. I live here in Coconut Grove on 2928A Louise Street, 33133. I'm calling for you to support Resolution 13. The Commodore Trail is a very important trail here in the area and will benefit all residents and value the community. I actually had a bike accident because of lack of biking trails, so I particularly would benefit and others who may have accidents as well. So please support Resolution 13 on tomorrow's agenda. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hi everyone, I'm Pauline Stanham, class of 2023.
And I'm Emma Villegas, class of 2021, and we're part of Carrollton's Upper School Congress. And today we're going to be talking about the Woodbine School for Boys and why we think that it's a good idea. So, first of all, after discussing, we thought that it would be a good idea because, like for us, we're put in an environment separate from the outside world where we can grow and learn and become active individuals in our society. So just like it does from a young age at Carrollton, it can do the same for the Woodbine School for Boys.
Exactly, and we want to have an environment where boys can instill their brotherhood from an early age and flourish in a comfortable community.
And values from the Sacred Heart like service and personal freedom, which is something that as young girls, we learned can make us better individuals in our society, and we could do the same for boys in the Woodbine School.
Good evening. My name is Ebony Rhodes, and I'm a resident of Coconut Grove in the Village West. And I am happy to send this video of support for Carrollton School of the Sacred Heart, where I also work as the Director of Social Awareness and Community Relations. As a owner of a historic home in the Grove, I value the way that spaces are used and the culture and history in our community. And I can advocate for the great stewards that Carrollton School of the Sacred Heart have been to the historic property on the Barra campus, El Jardín, and the way that we have opened not only to our own students and parents, but also to the community and to the public, and shared that rich history with others. It is from this experience that helped me value and understand the value of historic designation with my own property, and therefore I believe and know that Carrollton School of the Sacred Heart is absolutely qualified to do the same with the Woodbine property. In addition, I know that Sacred Heart Education has served to help our community and continues to, and I'm proud to be a part of that work. Thank you.
This is Joyce Nelson, 2535 Inagua Avenue. I'm calling about RE13, the Commodore Trail. This item authorizes the city manager to enter into an agreement with the county to accept $1.778 million for the development of the master plan and construction of the portion of the Commodore Trail within the city limits. Passing this resolution will help to create much needed improvements to the trail and make it safer for all users. Please approve RE13.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Martin Blaya. I live at 3158 Day Avenue in Coconut Grove. I'd like to comment on PZ1, PZ2, RE19, and AC1. As far as PZ1 and PZ2, which is the Villa Woodbine Carrollton School item, I'm wholeheartly against both the destruction of Villa Woodbine and the canopy and the addition of yet another school in that area of Coconut Grove. We need to keep the canopy. We need to keep the history of Coconut Grove. Villa Woodbine is a historic property. Destroying that property by adding parking lots and a swimming pool and surrounding buildings does not keep in line with Coconut Grove history. And destroying the canopy and adding more traffic by way of a school when there's yet one school, I think 100 feet north of that, I think is disruptive to the neighborhood. As far as RE19, I don't believe in waiver of conflict of interest for the Miami 21 Ad Hoc Task Force. Conflict of interest rules are there for a reason, and I believe waiving a conflict of interest is only going to lead to future problems. And lastly, as far as AC1, the pending litigation on the matter of 3384 Day Avenue, that those two properties, or the property violation is about 2 blocks west of my house on Day Avenue. When I walk or drive by there, I can't believe what those neighbors must be going through, having that property within the ceilings or the roofs within 1 foot of each other. We can't settle that case. A developer must be made to comply with the code. The code is there for a reason. I believe he misinterpreted or mischaracterized certain items on the application. The developer should not get away with settling this claim and being allowed to build this.
This is Joyce Nelson, 2535 Inagua Avenue. I'm calling on RE11 3374-3384 Day Avenue. What has happened on Day Avenue is a violation of our city's zoning laws. Everyone knows that developers, architects, structural engineers, surveyors, and construction companies are very familiar with setback laws. Make no mistake about it, there was no mistake made here. Building these houses within the setback was a deliberate act. The logical conclusion of this issue is that offending buildings be demolished. If left there, it sets a precedent for other developers. Please protect our city zoning laws. This is Joyce Nelson, 2535 Inagua Avenue. I'm calling on RE11 3374 and 3384 Day Avenue. What has happened on Day Avenue is a violation of city zoning laws. Everyone knows that developers, architects, structural engineers, surveyors, and construction companies are very familiar with setback laws. Make no mistake about it. There was no mistake here. Building these houses within the setback was a deliberate act. The logical conclusion of this issue is that the offering buildings must be demolished. If left there, it sets a precedent for other developers to do the same. Protect our city's zoning laws.
My name is Daniel Brown. I am the owner of an apartment on Grove Isle. My address is 2 Grove Isle Drive, apartment 1406, Coconut Grove, Florida. Condominium complex is located off of South Bayshore Road. Any given time, there are at least 500 residents on Grove Isle. The residents of Grove Isle have only 2 ways to go to and return from Coconut Grove to shop, eat, and pray: South Bayshore Road and Tiger Tail. Pre-COVID-19, from 2 p.m. to at least 7 p.m., there is gridlock on South Bayshore. Tiger Tail is not much better. During the ransom school year, there is a backup from students arriving in the morning by bus and car and leaving the same way onto Tiger Tail. Traffic is stopped by the police in either direction. When this occurs, you can wait 15 minutes to get around to stop traffic. After being caught in this mess enough times, I avoid Tiger Tail like the plague from 8 a.m. to 9:15 a.m. in the morning and 2:45 to after 4:15 in the evening, in the afternoon during school hours and opening. Now Carrollton has applied for approval to build a school, initially for at least 500 boys, grades K through 5. However, do not be fooled by this. In the future, the school could request to increase the grades to 12th grade and for boys, and also add girls K to 12. Initially, adding buses and cars to transport 500 boys on Tiger Tail will dramatically add to the mess that we now have. Even if the hours of Carrollton school is earlier or later than ransom, there'll still be a mess. Also, in the future, the school can reconfigure the property to allow ingress on Tiger Tail and egress on South Bayshore Road, or vice versa. The residents of Grove Isle have the most to lose if you permit Carrollton to build a school on the Villa Woodbine property.
This is Joyce Nelson, 2535 Inagua Avenue. I'm calling about RE11, the Carlton School. This project threatens our way of life and the safety of our community and the resilience to climate change. 13 private schools in Coconut Grove pay no real estate taxes with a combined asseted property value totaling over $229 million. When completed, the school will have an estimated value of $50 million and will shift the tax burden from public services onto the county, city, and residents. Vote no to approve Carlton's elementary school for boys at Villa Woodbine. Say yes to a better quality of life for our residents, to a greater sense of community, to conservation areas and environmental education, and to smart growth and sustainable management practices. Thank you.
My name is Isabel Junco Singletary. My office is in Coconut Grove, where I have worked for 20 years. I support the proposed school at Villa Woodbine because it is important to me that the plans that have been shown do not overdevelop the property and safeguard against the threat of the kind of development that can swallow up the villa and destroy the natural bluff where it sits. The enhanced tree canopy, which the plans outline, will be mature in no time, and they are all native, non-invasive, no prohibited trees. The historic villa is deteriorating, but yet the proposed plans I've seen is to preserve it and restore it by people with a 60-year track record in Coconut Grove. I ask you to please approve this appeal in favor of the Woodbine School with a tie vote from the HEP board that is in front of you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Maria Padron. I live on 255 Solano Prado, Coral Gables, Florida. We have 2 girls in Carrollton and one that has graduated. We are a family from Miami. It's been in Miami for the last 49 years. I am sending this video in regarding the agenda on PZ1 and PZ2, which is about the Woodbine. We are in complete support of this school. The Padron family is a family that's been around here for many years and has supported many different communities on different levels, and we truly believe that this would be an asset to the community. If you guys have any questions or would like to talk to us in person or hear us in person, we would love it. Just due to the COVID, we are in lockdown and wearing our mask. I'm here in my office, so I'm by myself, so no mask. The Padron family is in complete support of the Woodbine School. I think it would be a great asset to the community. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Charles Greenfield. I live at 901 Northwest North River Drive in Spring Garden Historic District. This is in reference to item 7 for planning and zoning. I just want to emphasize the fact that the traffic on Northwest 11th Street between 12th Avenue and Comer Station is, during normal times, practically impossible to get through from approximately 3 in the afternoon to about 5, sometimes 6 o'clock. With the addition of this new construction and the attempt to change the Miami 21 designation, it will become catastrophic. The traffic right now is extremely bad for the residents of Spring Garden, who only have access to 7th Avenue over the little yellow humpback bridge, which during any time of the 5th Street Bridge goes up, the traffic there is jammed, and it's very difficult to even get out over that bridge. And then 11th Street is the only other exit with the streets that go onto 11th Street from Spring Garden, the Winn-Dixie, etc. It's an intolerable situation, and what you're proposing will double, triple, God knows what it will do to the traffic situation, which, as I said, is already bad enough, including the new Modero apartments across from the Winn-Dixie, which have put a real strain on our neighborhood. So please consider this, and this is something that really impacts our neighborhood, which is a rare ecosystem that's the only one really left in downtown Miami. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Vice Chair, and City Commissioners. This is Terrell Fritz.
111 East Flagler Street and Executive Director for the Flagler District bid. On behalf of the BID's Board of Directors, I would like to express support for two items on today's agenda. First, RE15, number 7658. The Outdoor Dining and Restaurant Recovery Program has proven essential to Flagler District restaurants struggling to survive the COVID-19 crisis. This program should be extended through January 2021, as well as expanded to include additional dining and public space uses in parking lane and roadway closures throughout the district. Second, RE18, number 7663. The proposed network of protected micromobility bike lanes along Miami and East First Avenues and along North 5th and 6th Streets in the downtown central business district will provide significant connectivity and economic benefit to our neighborhood and ensure the safety of the growing community of downtown cyclists. We encourage you to support both RE15 and RE18. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Cindy Snyder, 3980 Hardy Road. My remarks are about Resolution 19, Waiver of Conflict of Interest. I urge the Commission to reject Resolution 19, Item 7664 on tomorrow's agenda. The makeup of the Special Task Force inherently presents conflicts of interest. These improprieties are neither necessary nor desirable for the public interest, and so should be avoided. Appointing lobbyists or others to the task force who have direct pecuniary interest in making changes to the code violates the principle of honest government. For example, when a commissioner is prohibited from having input on a project affecting property they own, it is to avoid the actual or even the appearance of corruption. Waiving conflicts of interest should only be done in extreme circumstances which do not exist in regard to the makeup of this task force. To do otherwise casts a huge dark shadow of corruption over the city's planning and zoning activities. Certainly not a good tone with which to attempt positive changes to zoning laws. The state-mandated planning authority designated by the City of Miami is the PZAB. They should be tasked with including representatives for the Miami 21 Review Group who do not have direct or indirect material conflicts of interest. Such a task force must correctly include significant representation by long-standing owner residents who have stakes in the continuing livability of communities in Miami. Livability. Changes should not be instituted at the behest of those whose primary interests are to make quick, huge profits here. There are many well-informed citizens who could and would provide useful input into how Miami 21 could actually be improved. Further, a two-thirds supermajority of the PZAB should be required in approving any proposed changes to the existing code. Thank you for your conscientious consideration of this matter.
Good morning. This is David Winker at 2222 Southwest 17th Street. I'm calling to urge the Commission to reject Resolution 19, Item 7664, waiving conflicts of interest. I've been raising this conflict issue with the city since February, and after the Florida Commission on Ethics became involved, the city attorney has finally accepted the fact that filling the Miami 21 task force with lobbyists that represent clients before the city presents real ethical and legal issues. And now the city attorney is suggesting that the commission vote to waive these ethical issues. The commission should not be waiving any conflicts. It is not good governance, and it doesn't eliminate the prohibition on voting on items affecting these lobbyist clients. These lobbyists represent hundreds of clients before the city, and everything they will be voting on affects their clients in some way. Now is the time to restructure the Miami 21 task force so that it works for all residents of Miami, not just special interests. A task force traditionally works best when decision makers are independent community thought leaders whose role is to gather relevant information from all constituencies to draw conclusions and make recommendations. The Miami 21 Task Force should be reconstituted with community members who do not represent clients with a direct financial interest in the task force's recommendations. The task force should then solicit input from all interested parties, residents, developers, architects, engineers, lawyers, and synthesize what they hear from these diverse sources to make recommendations on how to revise and improve Miami 21. Picking independent and unbiased decision makers is not only a critical part of an effective task force, public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the Miami 21 Task Force and the acceptance of its recommended changes hinges on ensuring that this happens.
Hello, Melissa Meyer here of 3161 Ohio Street in Coconut Grove, Village West in the city of Miami. I'm standing here in front of 3374, 3384 Day Avenue. But this time I'm wearing my hard hat because it's become increasingly clear to me that the architects, owners, developers, zoning officials, and even our own city attorney, Victoria Mendez, do not care about the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens of Miami. A Band-Aid between these two buildings is not going to solve the problem. Let me tell you why. Here on the corner of Perry Fro Drive and Day Avenue, this public road, the construction project is built up right to the edge of Perry Fro Drive, a public street in Coconut Grove. So I took my tape measure and I measured from that wall right there to the edge of this street, and that is 50 feet. That's where the project is supposed to begin, not here at the edge of this public road. So the reason why this matters is because it sets a terrible precedent for other developers to commit the same zoning violations and break the law in the city of Miami. Case in point, 3374, 3376 Perry Fro Drive, these two duplexes that are being built behind the Day Avenue project. I just took my tape measure and I measured in between the two duplexes, and guess what? 7 feet, and not the required 10 feet. So you see, if we let this slide today by asking the developer to just put a Band-Aid on the project and carry on, then we're just gonna send the message to developers that it's okay to break the law in the city of Miami. But instead, we should take the opportunity to make a change today by not settling and asking the developer to bring the Day Avenue project into full compliance with the law. And we should do this because we want to set an example for the next generation in the city of Miami. We want to let them know that, you know what, you can be proud of the city of Miami, the city where you live, because we follow the law here. And we're in favor of responsible development. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Mel Meinhardt. I live on Virginia Street in Miami. I ask the City of Miami Commission to support Resolution RE13 on today's agenda and accept the $1.7 million from the county's People Transportation Plan to improve the Commodore Trail. The Commodore Trail is Miami's front porch to Biscayne Bay. It's a heavily used pathways for families, commuters, pedestrians, and bicyclists, and it connects several of our area's oldest, most diverse, and most environmentally significant neighborhoods. Since the start of the coronavirus, people from throughout the city heavily use it to safely enjoy the city's waterfronts and parks. We need to join the county and Coral Gables in using money from the half-cent transportation tax to maintain and improve the Commodore Trail. It's a crown jewel of Miami's shared heritage. Thank you, Commissioners, for supporting RE13.
Hi, my name is Claudia Gold. I live at 240 Northwest 25th Street in Wynwood. I am calling to express strong support for Resolution 18 to create a micro-mobility network in Miami and to thank Commissioners Russell and Reyes for their leadership on this matter. In studying this issue, I am convinced that installation of protected and separated facilities for people on bicycles and scooters will be a great benefit to the city of Miami in terms of economics, livability, and safety. Other cities across the U.S. have installed protected bicycle lanes and report that they have paid off in multiple ways. Protected micromobility lanes make riding much safer and more inviting for people of a wide range of ages and abilities. Bicycles and scooters also reduce wear and tear on streets and reduce pollution, contributing to the health and sustainability of our community. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Melissa Meyer of 3161 Ohio Street in Coconut Grove, Village West in the city of Miami. I am calling to urge the City of Miami Commissioners to please reject Resolution 19, waiving conflicts of interest on the Miami 21 Task Force.
individuals who shall remain nameless with conflicts of interest should not be voting on the fate of Miami 21. The Miami 21 Task Force should represent the tax-paying residents of the city of Miami and not developers and special interests. Please stop wasting our time and tax revenues trying to skirt the law again by violating the Florida Code of Ethics. Focus on representing us, the tax-paying residents who elected you, by rejecting Resolution 19 today. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Denise Castro. I live at 1818 South Bay Shore Lane. I'm calling to speak about my opposition for the Woodbine School, which is they're proposing to build it at the Via Woodbine location right now. And first and foremost, we wanted to express, the traffic concerns we have. It takes 20 minutes to get to Coconut Grove Elementary from Bayshore. We live off of Bayshore Lane on Fair Isle Drive. That is our biggest concern. It is impossible to get to Mercy Hospital during traffic times in the event of an emergency. Ambulances can barely get by. This school does not serve our community. The school is for people that do not reside in our community, bringing in over 1,400 vehicles per day to our area, which we do not need and we cannot we cannot have on Bayshore because it's impossible already for people to get by. Bayshore is a street that many people use to come from Pinecrest to work in downtown Miami. And we already have, Bayshore's already very backed up. It backs up all the way on to Main Highway. And already because of the schools, we have police officers there in the morning stopping traffic for the parents to get by for Carrollton already. And we don't need that on Bayshore. We really don't need that on Bayshore. In addition, this will bring cars for the construction. There'll be construction workers coming to Coconut Grove every day for 2 years probably to get this project done. They will have nowhere to park. They will park at Kennedy Park. Guaranteed this will happen. It's happening now with the existing projects. We have there's parking. There's construction workers parking there. There's construction workers parking all over the Coconut Grove, and we already have a problem with parking in the area. We really don't need this project. The property is fine the way it is. If they can't use it the way it is, then they don't need to build a school there. And that's just how we feel. And we hope
My name is Judith Paul. I live at 1000 Northwest North River Drive in Miami, 33136. This is the Spring Garden Historic District, and my comment has to do with items 6 and 7 on the planning and zoning agenda for tomorrow's virtual commission meeting. I want to say that I'm very much opposed to changing the density along these narrow roadways in the hospital district at commuter times. People trying to, the workforce from the hospital who commute by car, these are people that we're calling heroes right now. They can't even, it takes them an hour to get home out to clear this district. And it also, needless to say, makes our exit from Spring Garden, where we only have 2 exiting roads, it's almost impossible to get in or out of this district. I'm a former hospital worker, and I've experienced such great changes in this area since I worked at Jackson Memorial and University of Miami Hospital. I think that the changes proposed simply allow developers to build more dense, higher buildings with less parking for people, and just create such a bottleneck in this zone. It's almost unlivable. And I would appreciate, I wanted to speak to this because I strongly oppose these changes in the zoning. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenny Vargas. I live at 4171 Pomona Avenue in Coconut Grove, and I'm calling to voice my objection to the appeal for the Woodbine School being proposed for Bayshore Drive. I don't think that we need additional traffic cutting through our residential neighborhoods to get to and from the, yet another private school every morning and every afternoon. Thank you for your consideration. Bye-bye.
My name is Dr. Carl, Karl Mench, Munch. I live at 1699 South Bayshore Lane. I'm in agreement with the letter of Attorney David Winker urging the City Commissioner to reconstitute the Miami 21 Task Force to represent clients in the interest of the recommendations of everyone. Amen.
Hello, my name is Aaron DiMeo. I live at 133 Northeast 2nd Avenue in downtown Miami. Thank you all for your hard work. I'm calling today to confirm my support for item RE18, as well as the consideration for additional pedestrian and protected bike lane improvements throughout the city. I was very pleased to see the DDA pass a resolution in support of the downtown bike network last week. Mobility lanes support a healthier downtown with fewer carbon emissions, less noise, less traffic. It allows for more density and more options for healthy transportation. Our city is in critical need of safe, separated, protected mobility infrastructure that accommodates all types of micro-mobility. The success of the scooter pilot program and amount of people biking for transportation and leisure during the last 4 months is a testament to the enjoyment and desire for these safe mobility options. I'm an architectural designer and urban planner. I've reviewed the plans for the downtown network, and the design appears well conceived. The currently designed portion will be a great foundation for completing a network of protected lanes throughout the urban core, from Brickell to Design District. We have zoning in downtown that allows for significant relaxation of parking requirements, and developers are utilizing this in various amounts with great success. Additional mobility options that complement bus, trolley, and Metro Mover networks for safe movement in downtown Miami will incentivize and provide confidence to additional developers to build bus parking. Parking garages are expensive. Building more appropriate parking ratios will allow the financial pro forma to work for more projects, which brings so many benefits, including more affordable housing. It's great to see this initiative gaining traction, and I request you all do everything in your power to build this important infrastructure. Thank you very much.
Elvis Cruz, 631 Northeast 57th Street. Regarding SR3 changes to historic preservation, please vote no, because the historic preservation program has been beneficial to the city for 39 years. I've participated in the formation of 4 historic districts: Art Deco, Morningside, MIMO, and Palm Grove. Many studies have proven the benefits of historic districts. They stabilize neighborhoods, protect the aesthetic integrity, and preserve their character and scale. For those interested in money, historic districts also increase property values at a rate higher than non-historic areas, as was proven by this recent study by Miami-Dade County. I left a copy of this at each of your offices. This proposal would harm historic preservation in Miami. Rather than harm it, we should be helping it by adding more staff and programs to assist historic properties. I would love to meet with any and all of you about this. Again, please vote no, or at least defer it until we can meet with the public. Regarding RE11 Day Avenue, demolish it or forever regret it. RE19, conflicts of interest should never be waived. That board should be restructured. Right now, it's a farce. SR1, seawalls. You've heard my proposal to increase seawall height in parks incrementally if and when sea level rises. CA8, that amicus brief is a bad idea. It would enable carte blanche selective code enforcement. Lastly, Commissioner Hardiman, Legion Park is in your district. The boat ramp there has been closed for 11 years. It's now being rebuilt. For several years, neighborhood activists asked for a kayak launch to be included in those plans on the south side of the boat ramp. It was somehow left out of the current plans, but it can be added. I would love to meet with you on location so you can see the situation for yourself. If you can get a kayak ramp added to the south side of the design before you leave, that would be a great thing. Thank you, gentlemen.
My name is Alexander Pupo and I am class of 2022. I've been at Carrollton since the 6th grade, and every day I have encountered the values and goals of Sacred Heart, especially Goal 3. social awareness which impels to action. This helps me observe our resources and want to protect and preserve them for future Sacred Heart generations, and spread the message of protecting Terra Mater, to which we dedicated the year to the preservation of our Mother Earth. Also, this impels me to be aware of our world today and work together as the Sacred Heart community to erase and fight against social injustices, making not only our community, but the world a better place. The creation of Woodbine would lay a foundation for the boys of the values and goals of the Sacred Heart to further our impact beyond our community and change the world for better. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shayna Fieldstone. My husband's name is Brian Clavell, and we are homeowners in Coconut Grove, North Coconut Grove, 2485 Swanson Avenue. I'm calling regarding the Villa Woodbine Boys School to express concern regarding traffic pattern and congestion in the area, especially given COVID right now, that, you know, the spacing of our streets is kind of at its limit now, and we wouldn't like it to be further disrupted. Thank you very much. Bye.
This is Suzanne Fry. I live at 3551 Vista Court in Coconut Grove. I'm calling about Carrollton wanting to build a school on the Woodbine site. I think that would be a horrible travesty. The traffic and the congestion would just be so much worse than it already is. We already have a school on South Bay Shore. It's already difficult to leave and return to our property. It just would be a horrible, horrible thing to have that big a footprint and reduce all of the greenery that the Grove is known for. Thank you.
David Winker, 2222 Southwest 17th Street. I'm calling to urge you to reject the settlement agreement being proposed in item RE11 7404 on 3374 Day Avenue. The city should not be settling anything with this developer who has built a project that is an obvious non-compliance with law and is a danger and an eyesore. In the proposed settlement agreement, the city described that what happened was based in large part on misrepresentations contained in the developer's application, close quote. This is legalese for what really happened, which is that then zoning director Devin Sayas, purportedly in consultation with the city attorney's office, approved this project despite its obvious and glaring non-compliance. And the developer would have gotten away with it if it wasn't for my client Melissa Meyer and the other neighbors who saw the setback problem and didn't give up until we got the city to finally admit that there was a violation. Devin Sayas has moved on to become the City of Coral Gables Development Services Director, and we are left to clean up the mess. And I think that you will agree after you read the proposed settlement terms that rather than pull off the Band-Aid and thoroughly clean up the wound, the city wants to follow Mr. Sayas's lead and move on to the next thing. In summary, the developer gets to finish his illegal project. This is a huge win for the developer and a devastating loss for the neighbors and the rule of law. Remember that the illegal mural in the Morningside district was allowed to remain despite its violation of the code because there were other murals in the same neighborhood allowed by the city. The same thing will happen here, as other developers will be able to argue, why does the code apply to me when it didn't apply at Day Avenue? And the city code will quickly become unenforceable. Please vote no on the settlement.
Yes, hi, this is Anya Moriello. I would like to 2353 Southwest 21 Terrace, Miami, 33145. I want to pretty much vote against the Carrollton plan to move into Villa Woodbine. It would increase the traffic tremendously and affect movement around the park area at Kennedy and access to Coconut Grove. So if anything can be done to please stop the gridlock, we would really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
My name is Alan Knoll. I live at 2132 Tiger Tail Avenue. I am against this project that is completely inappropriate It will destroy the natural canopy. Peat has been there for decades while removing hundreds of trees. The Historical and Preservation Board already denied this project appropriately. Also, we have to consider Mercy Hospital is just a few blocks away. This presents a great danger in terms of increased traffic when people need to be rushed to the hospital in an emergency. Every second counts. South Florida has plenty of land where this school might be appropriate, but the Grove, and especially this lot, is certainly not. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marlene Irvin. I live at 3066 Washington Street, Miami, Florida 33133. I am calling to make public comment on items PZ1 6981 and PZ2 6982, Carrollton's Woodbine School at Villa Woodbine. I urge our commissioners to say no to this resolution and uphold its Historic and Environmental Preservation Board's recommendations and those of the thousands of residents who are opposed to this project. We want our voices to be heard. This property has historic designation. How many of our historic sites have we decimated? Will this be another one? The site has a historical designation district overlay and is within an archaeological conservation area. There's a high probability of containing significant archaeological objects on this site. The plan removes over 60% of the trees on almost 4 acres. Can we afford to lose almost 100 mature trees in Coconut Grove? How can this even be remotely considered? Coconut Grove has its appeal and sustains its property values in large part to our trees. This lush tree canopy absorbs traffic, carbon emissions, and slows the rate of water reaching the ground and reduces soil areas to accommodate drainage. This plan is inconsistent with the city's resilience policy. This property plays a critical role in resilience to climate change and will heighten the impact of environmental disasters such as storm surges and flooding. This plan overwhelms the neighborhood in scale, massing, and proximity to Tigertail and its much smaller homes. Nothing about this project is acceptable. Please say no to this project. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Shakay Grady. I live at 2300 Southwest 3rd Avenue. Will the Woodbine School be an asset to this community? Unequivocally, yes. I want to live near a values-driven institution of learning like Sacred Heart Schools because my own experience and history shows the positive impact that a school has on the surrounding community. It's a dynamic nexus of the following things: exploration of ideas, cultivation of the intellect and talents of young people, service to the community as an extension of the classroom, and investing in responsible stewardship of the physical landscape where all of this learning is taking place. I became a member of the Carrollton community through my work with an organization called Breakthrough Miami. Breakthrough has partnered with Carrollton for the last 10 years to support its own vibrant learning community of highly motivated and traditionally underrepresented 5th through 12th grade kids to be successful when they leave high school and to develop leadership skills. This partnership is a concrete example of Carrollton's Sacred Heart values and what a school like its presence in the community can do. Thank you so much. I'm firmly in support of the Woodbine Boys School. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Victoria Estefani and I'm going into my junior year at Carrollton. I've been at Carrollton since my freshman year and I am a proud member of the class of 2022. The past 2 years I've spent at Carrollton have honestly been some of the greatest years of my life. The community that I have found at Carrollton has been so incredibly welcoming. Everyone at Carrollton is extremely kind and outgoing. Everyone is so willing to put other people's needs before their own. Being in the heart of Coconut Grove definitely has its perks. One thing that me and my friends love to do to take advantage of Carrollton's unique location is walk to Starbucks. This is something we love to do, especially during midterms and finals weeks or PSAT weeks. Another thing we love to do is walk to the ocean during our free period. While at the ocean, we listen to music, talk with friends, and just relax. Whenever we've had a particularly difficult day or even week, a quick trip to the ocean instantly makes us feel better. This is just one amenity that Carrollton has to offer, not to mention challenging but rewarding academics, a passionately Catholic atmosphere, and an incredible community. When I found out that there was a potential for a boys' Sacred Heart school called Woodbine, I got extremely excited. I was so happy that young boys would get to experience a form of all the amazing things I had experienced at Carrollton. At Carrollton, we talk a lot about the word sisterhood. Before I came to Carrollton, I didn't really understand what the meaning of that word was. Upon attending Carrollton for a couple years now, I now understand that sisterhood is the relationship you develop with the people around you. It's an immeasurable sense of community. I am so excited that hopefully the future students of Woodbine can experience this, in their case, brotherhood, so that one day they may all proudly recite the Sacred Heart prayer with pride. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman and City Commissioners. My name is Truly Burton. I represent the Builders Association of South Florida. I'm commenting today on two items. FR3, first reading item number 3, which is item number 7633, about sidewalks and construction excavation, and also FR4, item number 7634, that relates to resilience in public works, about green initiatives and soil erosion. These are the first time I'm seeing these items, and I would surely appreciate it if BASF has the opportunity to review and discuss both of these items with city staff so they can review them and understand them. At first review, they don't really read off the page. We'd appreciate having a more in-depth discussion with staff and a meeting with staff so we can discuss them. Thank you very much for the opportunity to make comments. We look forward to working with the staff to discuss them. Thanks so much. Bye-bye.
Michael Vastine, 3211 Southwest 22nd Avenue, number 6981, 6982. My family and I live adjacent to the property planned to be developed as this private school. I'm also a parent of a Carrollton student. We are adamantly opposed to the development. All of the neighbors adjacent to the property are opposed. The historic nature of the neighborhood is one of single-family residential homes. Each owner purchased their property with a historic norm of this being a single-family historic neighborhood. There's no reason to modify the historic nature of this community and permit a large development in and around the historic via Woodbine structure. They want a place a school where we already live. They want radical change. They have deep pockets, but they have no argument this is appropriate. It's just that they want to do it no matter what the neighborhood wants. Why don't they develop and beautify some other place in the city that might actually be improved by or receptive to their efforts? Go out west like Belen. Find some other spot already zoned for this use. They have no answer. Why not use one of its 2 existing campuses for boys or go co-ed? They have no answer. They've circulated a form letter for the Carrollton community to support this. I assure you the writers don't live here. They haven't invested in and live in the adjacent properties. Carrollton claims to have worked with us. What that means is they showed us their plans. They asked if we were happy. We all said no, and they're trying to proceed anyway. This is just what they want to do. Our backyard will be adjacent to the back wall of a 35 or more foot auditorium. This will not be historic. It's not residential. It's an offense to my and all the other property owners' expectations when we invested in this historic and lovely residential neighborhood. The traffic problem is self-evident. The test case is their current situation on Main Highway where they already have a campus adjacent to a Ransom campus. It's a daily nightmare, 25 minutes to go the 2 miles. There's going to be total gridlock here too. So we ask you just to say no. Building this complex around the villa doesn't make it historic or compatible when it's uniformly opposed by the residents who are already there. Thank you.
My name is Adele Tallman. I live at 1906 Tiger Tail Avenue, and I have statement for the Villa Woodbine Carrollton School issue. The meeting on the 23rd. I think that the destruction of Woodbine will do nothing positive for Coconut Grove, and it should be denied. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Lori Blandon. I live on Tequesta Lane in Coconut Grove, and I'm calling about the school being proposed to be built on the Villa Woodbine property. And I would like to voice my absolute opposition to that proposal. I think building a school on that property is completely unnecessary and is going to greatly and negatively impact the quality of life of the local residents. Everyone that I know, all of my neighbors, everyone in this area is strongly opposed to this. I don't even know why it's continuing to be considered. This needs to be shut down immediately and not up for reconsideration. Thank you.
My name is Cecilia Curlan, 3132 Day Avenue, PC1, PC2, Woodbine. As you're aware, the zoning of the subject property is at C3R, single family residential, probably just like your home, and it is in an ACD3, a neighborhood conservation district, a district that should protect your home and the neighbors. How would you like if your neighbor decides to build a massive school right next to you? Even worse, your own commissioners allow it to happen. The historic house is located within Environmental Preservation District and on the scenic transportation corridor. The City Commission identified this parcel as natural significance and has the obligation to maintain, preserve, enhance, and restore the quality of these natural resources. The change of zoning and use will adversely impact on the adjacent area of these single-family neighborhoods. I must remind you, commissioners, about your vote on Miami climate resilience in protecting our coastal areas and flood-prone areas, which includes South Bayshore Drive, as the project does not comply with Chapter 17, Environmental Preservation, and it is against the goals for smart growth and sea level rise. It is not in accordance with the comprehensive plan. Please deny the appeal. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Teresa Valle, and I am a faculty member at Carrollton School of the Sacred Heart. I also graduated in 1979, went to school there for 12 years in a Sacred Heart school, and I wanted to speak on behalf of the school. The first is the great education, the single-sex education I received, and I feel it's very important for boys. I also visited the Princeton school that's just for boys, and it was a great experience to watch how boys thrive in single-sex environment when they're younger. I also wanted to speak on how well we've taken care of the property, all the great transformation, how are environmentally correct, also how we always try not to add traffic to Coconut Grove. We're very sensitive to our neighbors. We're good stewards of the earth. So I just hope that you can find it in your heart to vote yes. I realize that there's a lot of issues about the traffic, but I know that Mr. Kalkas and the people at the school will do everything in their power to have all the traffic inside the school, a little bit like what we do in El Jardín and then the other property. So good luck, and I hope the vote is yes in favor of Carrollton.
This is J.B. Diedrich here in the Grove at 3758 60 Fro Avenue. I want to thank Commissioner Manolo Reyes for pushing for Chapter 23, Miami 21 historic designation to give us 60 days rather than 50 days. As you know, we had a really scramble the last time we were designated historic against our will. So I wanted to thank you very much for making the effort. I think the next thing that I would suggest is getting rid of the thematic designation and perhaps making a bigger effort to get rid of all the fees that we must pay. You guys, the mayor was kind enough to grant us a break from the fees, but it would be wonderful if that worked for everyone because it's not cheap. Anyway, as you can see, the house is beautiful. Still working on it, still will, and always will. Thank you.
This is Barry Philman, 3 Grove Isle Drive, Miami, Florida. On agenda item RE11 related to the buildings at 3374 and 3384 Day Avenue, Due to the extremely negative impact on the neighborhood, I urge the Commission to insist that in any settlement you agree to, that you require that these buildings be brought into full compliance with the city code and the zoning laws. Anything less is an affront to the community that's called West Grove home for over 100 years. My second comment is on agenda item PZ2, Villa Woodbine. Turning the historic Villa Woodbine property into a school would cause serious hardship for the neighborhood and would eviscerate the protections our government and laws afford residents. I urge the Commission to affirm the Historic and Environmental Preservation Board's denial of the project in order to maintain the integrity of the neighborhood. At a third Coconut Grove development, the one at Grove Isle, we are facing similar issues where a neighborhood and rights are being assaulted by an unlawful project. In this case, the project violates many terms of the 1997 restrictive covenant that was put in place at the time of the original development by the neighbors and by the city. Even worse, the developer has not met the city's permit requirements, yet the city is allowing work to proceed. There are numerous permit processing irregularities involving lack of departmental approvals, missing signatures, and non-compliance with written comments, among others. Even worse, notice of the development was not made to neighbors and the neighborhood homeowner associations. I urge the Commission to put a halt to this project until all violations are corrected and the permits are reviewed for correctness. I will be sending an email today with more details about these issues to the clerk. Thank you for this opportunity to make this presentation to you.
Hi, my name is Anelsa Mensch. I live at 1699 South Bayshore Lane, in North Coconut Grove, and I am calling about the Villa Woodbine Carrollton issue, that there is just too much concrete and fewer trees. If that happens, and it reduces the water absorption and aggravates our flooding at Kennedy Park and in our home neighborhood between Bayshore Drive and the Bay. Please, commissioners, vote no to stop this project. It is just outrageous, the amount of construction and the density that would occupy and reduce just the water absorption and the trees. And this is a historic piece of property. So please buy it as make it a park or something, but not any construction there. Please, please, please. Thank you. Again, Annie Mensch at 305-322-7731 in 1699 South Bayshore Lane between Bayshore Drive and the Bay, where we get a lot of flooding. Thank you. Hello, my name is Anelsa Mensch. I live at 1699 South Bayshore Lane for 43 years, and I am calling again for a different issue. And I want to say that I support David Winker's letter to not replace the city personnel on the committees for Miami 21. We should not allow the big developers who have a totally different agenda than we, the residents and our government, to not allow them, especially like Arquitectonica, Bernardo Fort, or anyone to go into these decisions, which are going to be of bad results and damage our neighborhoods. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Eli Steers. I live at 509 Northeast 57th Street in Miami, Florida. I'm calling in to support items RE13 and RE18 on the City Commission agenda today, which are the Downtown Bike Network and Commodore Trail items. Regarding item RE13, I'm an attorney and an avid cyclist who often bikes to work at my office in downtown Miami and sees the need for this plan from the county to build out 2.4 miles of protected bike lanes in downtown. This project fills a really vital and necessary piece that is currently missing from our downtown transportation infrastructure, and that is protected micromobility lanes in our urban core. As you all know, bike and scooter share is already present and very popular downtown. More and more Miamians are opting to use bikes and scooters for short trips and for first and last mile connections to transit, including the Metro Mover and Metro Rail. And so this would really fill that necessary void, that necessary part of our transportation framework, because we have all learned we cannot rely on cars for mobility and transport for every trip, especially in our urban core, which grows more populated by the day. If the commission supports this, the project can proceed with the county beginning procurement and possibly construction in September. And so I hope and I urge the commission to support this resolution so that project can proceed. Regarding item RE18, the Commodore Trail is without question one of the most popular trails in all of Miami-Dade County and a vital part of the Miami Loop Network, which is a network of bicycle and pedestrian trails that will eventually connect all of Miami-Dade County and provide cyclists, pedestrians, and scooter users, any micromobility user, a network of safe, connected off-road trails. Passing this resolution would help create much-needed improvements to the Commodore Trail, which currently has fallen into disrepair in parts and is simply just not safe for all users right now. This resolution would allow the City of Miami to accept over $1.7 million in surtax funds from the People's Transportation Plan, the PTP plan, as a member of the...
Mr. Mayor, Chairman, and distinguished commissioners, Miami is one of the few major metropolitan areas without an all-boys elementary school. And Carrollton's community and the Archdiocese of Miami have been wanting to fill that gap. Woodbine School of the Sacred Heart will offer young boys the educational excellence that Carrollton has offered young girls over 60 years. During these 60 years, Carrollton has preserved our campus, the environment, the historical buildings, 100-year-old building on our campus, and we will do the same thing. What is right at Villa Woodbine? Thank you for your time.
Elena Carpenter, 1660 South Bayshore Court, Coconut Grove. The HEP Board is charged with the preservation of the city's heritage and environment, and so is our City Commission. This proposed school threatens our environment, our history, our trees, our quality of life, and our property values. A new school in the middle of a single-family neighborhood denies any property rights that the neighbors counted on when they opted to move there, relying on you, our community leaders, to protect those rights. I'm very sorry Commissioner Carollo is not participating in this debate, as for decades he has consistently protected our communities and been extremely vocal about it. I trust the remaining 4 commissioners will see through this. Over 20 years ago, the City Commission granted Villa Woodbine historic designation and allowed its current use. They were specific in their reasoning. It conformed to the Miami Comprehensive Plan. It was not out of scale with the needs of the neighborhood. It would not alter the population density or overtax streets. It would not adversely influence the living conditions in the neighborhood, nor create a drainage problem or reduce light and air to the neighborhood. It also said it would not constitute a special privilege. I trust that this commission still continues to care about these values. What Carrollton proposes for Villa Woodbine flies in the face of the commission's reason to approve this designation in the 90s. It was meant to establish the groundwork for it to be preserved in the same fashion in the future. Please save our neighborhood, its character, and its livability. If this project goes through, it will destroy our community, and it is in your hands to protect us. Please save us from this and allow them to place their fine school elsewhere where they will not destroy everything we stand for. Thank you.
That is the end of public comments.
Wonderful. Is there any other person that has called in or walked into the lobby that we need to be aware of?
Not that we're aware of.
Okay, then at this time, I'm going to close the public comment period. Commissioners, are you ready? Okay, we got one. See if I can get 4. Okay, I got 3. Let's see if I can get one more, just one more. What I'll do, commissioners, is I'll just take one motion so we can have some business done before we break for lunch. So I'll take the CA agenda and the PH agenda.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you're recognized.
There's a few items I'd like to pull on the CA agenda.
Okay.
So if we're going to have further discussion, you might want to break for lunch altogether. It's up to
Okay.
you.
All right. So let's pull the ones that you want to discuss.
CA4 is just a comment and a clarification. CA5, I'd like to have a little discussion on there. And CA8, well, CA8, I'm just going to vote no on. So it actually may not be that long at all. So if no one else wants to.
Yeah. How about now? Just try it now.
Fair enough.
There's only 3 of us. So go ahead.
Fair enough. CA4, I just want to make sure that the new RFP includes the $15 an hour living wage things that you and I fought for years ago. I just want to make sure that this contract reflects that. I know we have a couple of Kent security officers here in our building here, and one of them even has COVID, and I want to make sure that we're taking care of them from a financial perspective and wishing her the best from a health perspective. CA5, unless the other commissioners have an issue, actually, I think CA5 is okay. CA8 is, I'm just intending to be a no vote. I don't believe that we should be getting involved in another city's issue with regard to their zoning fight with their residents. If a judge has given a resident standing on a code violation issue of that city, you know, I'm all about our residents having their voices being heard, and I don't want to be on the side of another city that's fighting its residents from having standing on an issue of them violating their code. We actually have some issues on our agenda today with that regard, so I'll just be a no vote on CA8. That's it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, you're recognized.
Okay, I just want to add to what Commissioner Russell said. We have Rosa, who was found with to be positive with the coronavirus, and I will I want to know that anybody that it is has been found positive, is even if they work with one of our contractors, if they are being taken care of while they are sick, and if they are receiving their salaries, and I think we should demand this new contract that that benefit be offered to them.
All right, Mr. Chair, can I address those two?
Please.
Yes.
So on the living wage issue, yes, the current agreement proposal does include the living wage. And both to Commissioner Russell's and Commissioner Reyes, we have followed up with Kent relative to Rosa, and in particular any employee, and she is being paid while she's forced to quarantine.
Good. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So then what I'll do is I'll ask for this body to make a motion to approve the CA agenda except for CA8 and the PH agenda except for PH10, which was deferred.
So I move it.
They're properly moved.
Second.
In the second. Any further discussion?
Chairman,
First City Clerk and then our City Attorney.
Chair, PH2 will need to be amended briefly. PH2 will need to be amended to include resolution number R-20-0204.
So the movers and seconders accept that
move it
modification. Okay, see no objection, they will. Madam City Attorney.
yes, on item CA8, we would need to amend it to allow us.
We're not voting on CA8. CA8 is not in this motion.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All right. All in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
All against? Motion carries. Okay. So what we'll do now, gentlemen, we'll break for lunch. 1, 2, 3. How about 3:30? I know I took you over your the public comment time took you over. So either we can go the 2 hours that we would normally do, or add an additional 30 minutes to it.
Fine with me, man.
3 o'clock.
3 o'clock.
3:30 or 3 o'clock? How about 3 o'clock? Unless you want to, unless somebody needs 2.5 hours.
We're gonna have a long day after this.
3 o'clock, because you know what for people who don't realize, they think that we take all these extra long breaks, but in all actuality,
We do work.
We
work.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
All right, so I'll see you back at 3 o'clock.
Okay, see you at 3 o'clock.